afternoon to the viewers of the live stream. Whether you're watching live or after it saves as a live stream. I'll start the stream. I'll start the stream with some humble pie. I got it. I get it. I deserve it. I'll eat it. All right. I was sitting here saying I think we go 66, 67, maybe 69 max. And then I think we go to 40K. All right. We're at 77,000. Market humbles me every couple months. Got to take a step back now and reassess the situation. But I was driving today and I said, you know what? I'm going to live stream. Because why shouldn't I live stream? I said I wasn't going to, but why? And I didn't have a good answer. So I figured, why not just live stream? And we're live streaming. So we're going to reassess the situation, see where we are, what's broken, what's not broken, what's pumping, what's not pumping. Is the 4-year cycle broken? Was I just incorrect for the levels to hold? Or is 16 years of data broken? That is the question that we will go over today. And I want to say thank you for watching. And I said to myself, only a coward would not live stream. But I wasn't going to not live stream because we went up. I wasn't going to live stream anyway, even if we went down. But I said, why? So here we are. Welcome to another live stream. Get your pitchforks ready. Did you answer the super chats the other day? No, I was in full cope, man. I was in full cope. But I can answer them right now, actually, because I can actually go back. But I was in full cope. But I'm better now. We got a couple. We got Sandy Cheeks checking in. Time to make my bags worth something. Bulls beat me to a pulp. Oh, it wasn't even... It was all like... There weren't really any questions. Yeah, it was a couple of stuff. We had 2 for emitter. I appreciate the 2 if you're here. Koozie sent me 4. I appreciate the 4. Matisse. Wow, these people haven't... Dude, these people haven't even been watching the stream. Wait, these people have not watched the stream since the bull market. Matisse. Sandy's back. David B is back. Yeah, some of these people haven't been here. But unfortunately, I missed them all. But luckily, it was only a couple of charts. It was basically just people saying that bulls win. And I missed David B's DXY. Piece of monkey trash says, are we selling the news? I sold chunks today. We never bottomed. Chris for 5 says Moderna. I missed a couple of them. Flex says Doge. Gabriel says Bitcoin. Mixer says FTX, Black Swan. If FTX didn't happen, we wouldn't have went down. Higher low said the bottom is in. You should have bought in. Jamaican Banana Joe says some rubbish. I can't read that. It's not even... Oh, he says Bitcoin is about to take a shit. I appreciate the super chats. If you guys are here and you sent them, I don't know if you're here, but... So, how you guys doing today? I'm ready. You know, I was watching a lot of bears, man. Dude, the people in the comments are ruthless. The people in the comments are ruthless. But it's understandable. You know, people use the internet to cope with real life, and it's easy to pick on people. And you know what? If you call for price targets, you got to be willing to take the heat. And I'm willing to take the heat. I am. But how is everybody doing today? We got Wisdom, Sir Anthony, Matthew Dropco, Jordan, G Unit, Hulkamania, Sunny is in the chat, Ian Wallace, Matthew Dropco, Thomas Pepe, Crypto Meowsis, Robe, Wobra, DC Blur, Vans Beal, Gator, or GTA Joker, The Librarian, Mies Pie, or Mizdy, G Unit again, high or low, Knights of Insomnia, Melvin Burger, Kitty Cage. Chris is in the chat. Welcome. It's not too late. You didn't miss the boat. Oh, trust me. If we have a bull market, you're not going to have one without me. It's impossible. We're going to talk about everything today. We got Zen Wizard. We got a full house today. Gumal, Crypto Rally. We got So Fishy. I don't know if I already read that. Beta Bot, Rick Barnes. Grizzy Boy says toxicity is so huge that 79.5 could be a top. So listen, I'm not going to dance around it, right? My resistance levels were broken. They were. So I'm not going to start moving the goalposts saying, oh, well, we can go here and be bearish, right? Because at the same time, I don't want to miss the bull run. Now, if I don't get the bottom, that doesn't bother me. Because as we all know, most of us didn't make any money until this either anyway. So if we're here, then that's fine. Because there's going to be a period of this. And that's okay, because we know that if this is where we are, then this would be next. Same thing happened here. You had a big run, of course, but then you went sideways for eternity. So I'm okay with that. That's unfortunately, if you do miss the bottom, that's the price you have to pay. Now, on YouTube yesterday and today, I saw bears that I never thought would turn bearish say that the bull market has started, potentially. So people are really flipping bullish here. They are. I've never seen so many people say the bottom is in. And maybe the bottom's in, but I'm willing to take the bet that the bottom's not in. That's my stance. Maybe I'm a jabroni. Maybe I'm stupid. I understand, and I was very cocky. And if you made a lot of money on this, you know, props to you. It's all good fun. I know there's really no toxic people here. I ate my humble pie. It tastes like shit, but sometimes it's got medicine. Not funny. But I have seen a lot of people say that the bottom is officially in. So how do we know if the bottom is actually in? Well, the great thing about crypto is the RSI always comes back. It always comes back. Now, we can look at this from two perspectives. We can say, which I remember even saying myself, that when the RSI comes up here, it's a bull market. That's been the case every time. It happened here, and it happened in 2019. So how do we know, right? Well, we don't. If you're in, you're in. If you're not in, I would still say if you're not in, you missed it, right? We're not going to go right to 100,000 in 2 days. It's impossible. Just like right here, when it felt like, oh man, it was never going to stop, and then we went back up. It is miraculous how quickly everything shifts, right? It doesn't feel like it because it was pretty long in 2 months, but when we were down here, it was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Now it's, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But the base case for me was We put the low in, we bounce, we put a whatever. I think I said higher low, actually. It was a lower low. Then we go up for a higher high like this, and then we go down. So this has been my paper, my essay for the last couple of months, because this has been the pattern that's been forming. So the question is, well, is that invalidated? Well, clearly we went all the way to 80,000, so it doesn't look very likely that this is what happened. But can we still come back down and go down and break the low? I still think the answer is yes, but this has to be quick. Because if you didn't get in, which I didn't get in, somehow even the bears said they all got in. I was watching bears today. Somehow I'm the only bear that didn't go all in at the bottom, because I was watching people say that we were going to have a crash down, and then the next day I told you guys we were going higher. That's just how it is. I didn't think we were coming up here. I have no issue dancing around it or not dancing around it. I genuinely thought that we were going to get stuck at the short-term realized price, or between the realized price and the 200-day moving average. So now the question is, well, I guess this shit's broken now. We're doing this again. So the question is, like I said in the video today, is the bear market over, or is momentum over? And that's a really important question that you have to ask yourself. So what does that even mean? Well, I would say that we have no doubt just broken through major momentum indicators. We all know, everyone on YouTube talks about the 200-day moving average, of course. We clearly blew right through that. And now we're seeing the RSI on the screen. We also, which is very important to point out, we also have the highest fear and greed index since January. I'm going to read the chat today. Don't worry. I'm trying to get everything out. The Friday or whenever the hell that stream was a one-time thing. I'm going to read the chat. Don't worry. I just want to get all this out. But you can see that we've hit greed. We're at 72. So what's interesting is it's too early to say if we're going to take the high or not. But if we do not take the high, you now have that same bullish divergence that everybody was looking for, but it's a bearish divergence. But I don't want to sit here calling top all the way to 180,000. But we do have the highest greed that we've had dating all the way back to the market top at 72. But we still did not take this high yet. So does that mean that it's bearish? It doesn't automatically mean that it's bearish, but it's something to take note of, because we talked about how we needed to get so bullish that everybody actually thinks the bottom is in. And I'll be honest, even I was looking at it like, dude, is the 4-year cycle actually broken? Like, look at this. Look at the title of the stream. It's genuinely got me questioning, is the 4-year cycle broken? And that's what is required. We need people to actually believe that it's bottomed. And that doesn't exclude me, right? I'm a person too. I never claimed to be a guru. I'm just a regular guy. They have me fooled. It looks like the bottom is in, but is the bottom in yet? I think personally, for me, I'm not going to be able to definitively say that the 4-year cycle is broken until we get this reversal. Because again, we were down here and it was, sorry, wrong one. We were down here just 2 months ago and it was, oh my God, we're going to 0. And now it's the same thing in the other direction. Oh my God, we're going to 100,000. At some point, we're going to either go to 100,000 or 40,000. We can't keep doing this forever. We have been bouncing around like this for now 7 months. So this range has to break. It has to. We haven't broken it yet, but like I said, I'm not going to be the guy to keep telling you, oh, well, we broke this, but we're still bearish. I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that this is going to come back down. It's guaranteed to come back down. It always does. Here you can see it came back down, but we went up anyway. Then we'll know, yeah, it's bullish. And the 12-hour was what I was talking about in the video this morning, because it's much more sensitive. But you can see how high up we are. It hasn't been this high since the market euphoria. I'm not even going to say the market top because we're higher than that. We're in market euphoria right now. So over the next couple of weeks, this has to come back down. And it's the act of us coming back below the short-term realized price that will confirm we're going all the way down here. Now, this doesn't look very likely. I mean, it doesn't. So I don't know what it's going to look like. But when the RSI comes back down, Bitcoin staying around 70K, you know, and it's still, and then in September, then you'll be like, okay, the bear market probably is over. It's safe to say. And then September passes and we're going higher. The bear market has been ended and the Fourier cycle's broken. But to confidently say the Fourier cycle's broken, which is what a lot of people are doing, maybe I'm just a jackass. I'm not going to dance around it. Maybe I'm a jackass. But I know good and well that if we go like this, the decimation is going to be something that we haven't seen since 2022, where it was just nonstop selling. But I don't really have resistance levels to highlight because we broke them all. And you can see that, again, now this daily short-term realized price is going to start to curl up. But what is worth noting, as we've mentioned many times, is when you fall back below it in a bearish environment, that is when the market commits to the downside. So we got the move up. I'm not going to pretend I said 80K because I didn't. I genuinely thought 69K was going to be the ceiling, maybe 70K, not set. We went to 80K for crying out loud. I don't know if I would use this because this was technically a bull market. I'm not going to use this. But in 2018, you can see it was a similar concept. We formed a top above the realized short-term realized price, which I guess it would help if we actually measured it. This one was 12%, and this one was 9%. Are we 10% above the realized price? Yeah, we're much higher. We're 17%. So not really comparable, but you get the concept. That's what I still am. That's what I'm looking for. So everything we talked about is still to be remembered, but only when we go back down. So at some point we will get a retracement. I'm not going to be the guy to tell you when, but just know that if it is a bull market, you're not going to see a retracement back below 67 and then a continuation. A retracement in a bull market might not even be a retracement. It might just be consolidation like this. And then we go higher. That's what you'd look for in a bull market. But the act of us getting this retracement and then a move below the realized price. Like if you saw this, you know that shit's going down. That's what we were looking for. I just didn't think it was going to get this high. And then, of course, on the other token, if I'm an idiot and the bull market started, you're not going to get this move down. It's just going to be either a little bit of consolidation or even a move back to it and then a reversal back up. That's what happened in 2023. We went right to it, right here, and then we went right back up. But nevertheless, if you're not in the market right now, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I really wouldn't be going all in here because this is going to pull back. It's going to pull back. Everybody knows that. Doesn't mean it's going to go like this, but we'll see once we get some red candles in how this looks. But a couple red candles and then the floor falls out. You just saw the biggest trap in history. And the reason why that's so relevant is because if it is still a 4-year cycle, that kind of has to happen immediately. There's no law that says the bottom has to be a year later. It could be a little bit later. It could be late October or early November. It's very possible. So even then, you would only have 70 days. We have 2 whole months, essentially. And what we've already went over is it only takes 30 days to go down. This one was 23 days from the peak. This one was 32 days from the peak. So if the bottom is here somewhere, then we already know we have to at least eliminate 30 days from there. So if we're going to float around here and lollygag, it's not impossible, but we can't keep going up because this is asinine. Even this is kind of asinine, but I've seen it happen before where it's like so bullish that it can't go down. Dude, do you remember this one? This one was nuts, man. We went up in 4 days and then we came right. I remember this actually. It was that there was a meeting for Jerome Powell. I remember I was going for a walk and I said, holy shit, we just went right back down. So obviously if we got that, which is a stretch, I'm not going to push that propaganda, but you get the concept. If we did see that, we know it's going back down. But for the 4-year cycle to continue, we really got to see a move back to the downside in a timely manner. So if we go up and take this high, or even furthermore, if we consolidate like this and then take the high, you can't even say that this is literally impossible. It's impossible. So we're at that moment now where it's kind of like, okay, is the 4-year cycle broken or is it not? Is this a lower high? Technically it is. Am I going to tell you it's time to max short because it's a lower high? I'm not going to tell you that. Just like when we were down here, even though we're looking for the move down, we stayed open to the possibility of a large move to 67K because of the 5-day stock RSI. And this is the biggest thing for me. Even though I'm bearish and I was looking for a crash, I respected the momentum and I showed it to you. That's the only reason I can still show my face, even though my camera's pointing against the wall. Because I know for a fact we talked about the max bullish momentum. But I didn't think it was going to go that high. But nevertheless, the key point that we've gone over is every single time the stock RSI goes from oversold to overbought, that's where the move is. Which means we have to take this high in a timely manner, which we just had the biggest candle we've seen basically since 2024. So we just closed a lot of ground in a short amount of time. So maybe we do take this high and it's a super cycle or it's a new bull market, whatever you want to label it as. But what I was saying earlier about the RSI is this coming back down with this rolling over will actually trigger the next move down. It doesn't seem likely, I understand. And I can't say you're wrong for saying that because I would say the same thing. It really doesn't look probable. But we would need to see the market to stop going up, right? Maybe we push up one more time, kind of like what happened here, where we get another 5-day candle and then we get rejected and then we go down. That's kind of the only way that we can go down. And the thing is, we're now overbought. The 6-day stock RSI is about to hit overbought. So the momentum is to the upside, which means we can't really say it's bearish. What makes it bearish is failing to take the high before you roll over. And if you do go back to 2015, which is what some people might say this looks like, you did actually stall at the high and then you rolled over. So I'm not saying that's where we are. I don't think that's where we are. I'm just showing you the price action where you failed to take the prior high. And then finally, we have the weekly the weekly stock RSI is also probably going to hit overbought. So it is max bullish. There's no question about it. And we discussed the possibility of a rally, but I didn't think it was going to go that high. So I can't dance around that. So just to review everything, me personally, I can't come on here telling you that the bottom is in. A lot of people did that today and yesterday. A lot of people. Some people I always thought would never turn bullish till the bottom. They spent the whole year saying we're going lower, and now they're saying the bottom is in. You know, maybe. But if we do go back down, it'll be one of the biggest bull traps in history. And the problem is you do have people saying that every time the bull market starts. Last time we were always bullish, so everything was a bull market, but this was actually the first time where we actually turned bearish near the top. I know everyone's always, not everyone's an exaggeration, but I know a lot of people like to comment on YouTube channels saying everyone's always wrong. But the reality is we did say once we broke 100K, we're bearish. And that's where this comes in. Now, I'm not the biggest moving average guy because they did break. We broke the 200-day or 200-week moving average last time, and then we went significantly lower. The other two times we held it. This time we broke it. So I'm not 100% sure that moving averages are as reliable as they once were. But we are coming up to the same moving average that told us to sell. If you remember in November, because I didn't sell the top, I sold right here once we broke the moving average. We're now testing that same moving average. So maybe we could push up another. It looks like another push is actually on the table here. But this would probably be, and I'm sure you're probably seeing this all over YouTube, but this will probably be what really puts the nail in the coffin here. Because I was thinking about it the other day. I said, I guess we're never going to test it. I never said that. I just thought to myself, I guess we're never going to test it. Because I didn't think we were going to get this high. But I guess that goes to show you that these moves can be a lot bigger than we anticipate. Because I saw no bears pretty much say we're going to go up here. The Moon Boys said we were going up here. But most of the bear tubers were saying we're probably going to get stuck a little lower. I never thought we would come this high. So I would really have to make the case here that taking this high, I mean, look at the amount of resistance up here. You have the moving average that always triggers the bull market. You have the bottom from November. You have the top from May. You have the bottom from last March. This is kind of it. But I'm not going to be saying, well, until we break this, we're bearish. I'm just going to not tell you. I'm just going to tell you I don't think the bottom is in until I see significant information that tells me we're never going back down. Can we still go back down from here? Yes, but there's a big but. It has to be urgently. So if we're just floating around here for all of September, then it's probably not likely, because this same moving average, you can see we actually floated around it in 2023. So for people that are saying, oh, I missed the bottom, what am I going to do? You had a whole month to get in, right? That's why these people that say, oh, you missed the bottom, you're going to miss the whole bull run. If you miss the bottom, you miss a little bit of the move. And then, by the way, we consolidated for like 8 months or however long this was, March to October. So once we break this green moving average, we can probably shout, all right, to the moon. Or if we hit it and we still don't go anywhere, that's also bullish. Because if it's bearish, see, even in 20, whatever year this is, we sat here for a couple weeks before we went up. If I see that happen, that's going to be where the 5-day stock RSI rolls over, which means if we push up again, the 4-year cycle is broken. There's no excuse. There's literally no more, there's no more resistance. It's all gone. And that's where the next predicament comes. And this is where it gets spicy. Because the top was here, the bottom was here. The top was here, the bottom was here. If our bottom is here, then where's the top? We have no evidence to look at to say this is where the top is going to be, because all of this data is busted. It doesn't work anymore. So I would make the case, why can't the top be in 2030? Why can't the top be in 2028? It could be anywhere if the 4-year cycle is truly broken. But we're about to find out. And I have no issue not dancing around it. I don't think the 4-year cycle is broken. But even if it is broken, and I am wrong, and I wasted all that time and money, that's okay, because we're not going to go to 100,000 in 1 week. Whenever this pulls back, if the month is October and November, and even if we went like this, we would still pull back. And instead of getting in at 64, I'll get in at 78. So I left 10% on the table. So this is the biggest thing that we're going to be watching, the RSI to reset. And wherever the price of Bitcoin is, when that happens, is going to tell me if the bottom is in or not. I have no issue telling you that I'm not an expert or a guru. And a lot of people are saying that the bottom is now in. And if we go back down again, they're just going to say, oh, well, the bottom's not in anymore. But that doesn't do anything for me. And for me personally, I wouldn't go all in on here, because I know this is going to come back down. And then I'll be able to say to myself, okay, it's time to accept the bottom is in, 4-year cycle's broken, it's time to go up, which is exciting. I'm not going to be bearish all the way up. I have a big plan I want to execute for the bull market. And the good news is I don't have to catch the bottom for it to work, but I don't want to miss it either. So that's essentially where we're at right now. I don't have any new charts. I don't have any new drawings. We'll look at this, but I'm going to read the chat. So hopefully you got all that. I don't know. You guys want to keep this? I guess we'll keep this. We're here, but it's a little late, Charlie. The question is, do we still think it's going to play out or not? Dude, if we had this same move in July, I would have been so bearish. I hate that it took too long. That sucks. But I'm going to leave it just so we don't lose the reference point. This I can delete, though. Oh, wait, we don't have to. We could just go here. All right, there's nothing on here. All right, so that's the spiel for today. We got 170 bogeys in the chat. Holy shit. 170 bogeys in the chat. I told you, fam, the bottom was in. Hey, listen, you know what? I think a bear tuber can take it 2 ways. I think if you guys got in and you're making money, you earned the right to toot your horn. There's nothing wrong with that. If you guys are making a lot of money right now, that's a good thing. It's good. I have no reason to be mad. I'm not mad. It's just normally people are very toxic, which is understandable because, again, a lot of people use the internet to escape reality, and it makes them happy to put people down. And there's been times where I've been cocky, so I could take it. But yeah, if you guys got in and made a lot of money, that's good. That's actually great. And that's another thing too, where I have to live stream, because if it is a bull market, let me tell you guys the reality, okay? I try and be as honest as I can. I know I play a character sometimes, but this is the real me speaking, not Vision Pulsed. YouTube is a business, and you can tell by the titles and the predictions by these people, myself included, that you want to get the most ad revenue that you can. That's why, even though people are always wrong, let's say I'm always wrong, right? You know why it doesn't matter? Because when the bull market starts, there's going to be people that come to my channel that don't even know that I exist right now. And I'm going to take all their ad revenue, and the people that are watching me forever, they're going to stay. Maybe some will leave. But the next market cycle is going to rinse and repeat, and I'm going to collect ad revenue. And if you like me or you don't like me, it's not going to matter because you're going to watch, and I'm going to collect the ad revenue. And that's what I realized. That's why I have to live stream, because if it is actually a bull market, then all right, I missed the bottom. It happens. Now what? Now I start pumping out super cycle. Oh my God. And I collect the ad revenue. That's the reality of every YouTuber. And the reality is too, Benjamin Cowan, multi-millionaire, million subscribers, people are trolling him. So of course an asshole like me is going to get trolled. It's just a part of the internet. Which not that the guy saying that I told you the bottom was in, that's not trolling. I'm just saying, you know, if you told me that the bottom was in, you have every right to rub it in. It's fair. It doesn't affect me, or how do I word it? I don't take it in an ill manner. You know, I think it's good to celebrate your wins. And that's how I got to look at it. We got, what do we got? We got Riser for 2 says, YouTube waters above the last video. I appreciate the 2. Yeah, I think I watched his video a couple months ago. That's the Moonboy guy, right? That talks about the eclipses and stuff. I mean, listen, if we're in a bull market, we're in a bull market. I'm willing to take the bet that the 4-year cycle didn't break. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm going to tell you why. Because almost everything that's saying that the bottom is in now, the momentum, the Moonboy chart, everything, is the same exact thing that said the top was here. You had the lunar eclipses, we had bearish momentum, overbought RSI. You even had a bearish divergence, and we still went up and made another all-time high. There was no reason for us to go up here, but we went up anyway. And I think the same thing is happening now. Now, I'm not going to keep telling you it's bearish because I don't have anything to show you that says, well, we're not making a higher high. We're getting stuck at this, this, and this, so it's bearish. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say if you guys are bullish, then let it be bullish. I've already made my case for when I'm going to get in. If it is a bull market, I'm not getting in here. There's no way. But everything that says the bottom is in, the bullish divergence, the Moonboy, the eclipse chart, said the top was here too. You had the bearish divergence, you had the lunar eclipse, we just had the solar eclipse, and we went back up anyway. I don't have an explanation as to why we went back up, other than the 4-year cycle. So I can't really make a case for us to go down. Everything is bullish. But I actually think it's something similar to this, where it's like, holy shit, we're actually going down, but then we went up anyway. But I don't have something to draw because there's nothing to draw. We already drew it all. The only thing you could push, which I'm not going to push, I'm just showing it to you, is the same exact moving average is actually what we're sitting on, which for some reason my moving average ribbon just keeps breaking. Every time I toggle it, it disappears. And I have to rechange the colors. It's kind of annoying. What was the other one? No, this one was green. But I appreciate the 2 from Riser. The Riserhausen. But yeah, I believe I watched one of his videos a long time ago and he was bullish. So, you know, a lot of people are bullish. If the bull market has started, you know, you guys got it. I think I got another one. We got Senior Anthony for 2 says, thoughts on Wyckoff schematic 1 and 2, hashtag bear hopium. I appreciate the 2. And then I got 2 from the same guy. Bitcoin usually dumps after Jackson Hole. I appreciate the 2. So I'm not even going to pretend to know what Wyckoff is. I understand. I think it's part of Elliott Wave. And there's a lot of Elliott Wave people on YouTube that are saying this is a 1-2. Which, again, I don't do Elliott Wave. I really did think we were going to go up, but only here. I thought we were going to get a little baby pump. I thought this pump was going to come, but here. Like, if it would have came here, I would have said, oh my God, this is so bearish. But because it's not where I thought it would be, I do have doubt for sure. So I can't really say I know what Wyckoff schematic means. I don't know what that is. I guess I should Google it. But a lot of the Elliott Wave people on YouTube, like More Crypto Online, he's like the biggest Elliott Wave YouTuber, the German, like Mixer. Oh, he's like Riser, the Riserhausen, the Germanhausen. He was saying that this is a 1-2. How do I spell Wyckoff? But the question is, like, are we going to go to 90K and then still have a 1-2, 1-2? Well, I used to say 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking at. You should look up the Wyckoff schematic. It matches perfectly. Yeah, I was going to. I just don't know how to spell Wyckoff. I spelled it without the C. Let's see. Wyckoff schematic. This is bullish, no? This? It looks like this. Oh, so you're saying one more move down and then up. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. Right? I still think the 4-year cycle is going to play out. So I'm not going to rule this out, but I'm also not educated enough to make a fluid comment on it. So I don't know anything about Elliott Wave or Wyckoff and whatnot. But if Wyckoff is, it looks like according to this, oh no, it would be a lower high. Oh, I guess it kind of does look like that, actually. It is a lower high. Yeah, but this is saying we're going to barely take the low. Like, it's saying we're going to go like this. That really doesn't make much sense either. Because we would still, this is the problem with that. It would still not validate prior 4-year cycle bottoms. Because we always go below the realized price. Which the realized price is one of the staples of Bitcoin. And the fact is, now that we're above it this high, failure to fall back below it is going to make it so the first time ever, they're not going to cross. They may never cross ever again. And that's why this is such a big moment in history. Because if we really entered a bull market, then everything we know about Bitcoin's past is out the window. We now just treat it as an overbought and oversold commodity, which is what people were doing. They were saying it's oversold, and I get it. But we said it was overbought here, and it was, but we still went up anyway. And that's why the 4-year cycle was so dominant up here, because everything said we should go down, but we went up anyway. So right now, all the momentum says we should go up. The only thing that says we should go down is the 4-year cycle. And according to the Wyckoff schematic, that's how it's said, it says we should barely take the low, which we wouldn't go low enough to break the realized price, which means we never hit capitulation. The very definition of capitulation is when the network is underwater, and we never hit that. So if we barely break the low, then you're never going to hit the negative cost basis, Newpol rather, which maybe it doesn't happen. Right? You can see we're back in the greed now. We're going to the moon now. We're back in the yellow. This has happened in prior bear markets. I'm just not going to be the guy to tell you it's guaranteed. But it has happened. I didn't predict it though, so I'm not going to start predicting it now. I thought we would get stuck at 70K, maybe 72, but that was pushing it. But I thought 72 was too high once we got into August. I thought if it was July, it would be possible. But it is not impossible that we're in something like this. But the thing is, if we're in here, we have to go back down. So I think we would probably sit here for a week, and then we'd have to start going down in September. If September is bearish, then we still got a shot. If September is bullish or neutral, the 4-year cycle is broken. And I think for the schematic, it would still break the market cycle unless we went below the realized price. So that would be my thought on it. I'm not educated enough on it to make a prediction. I see the picture. I could just show it to you, but I don't really want to drag my browser over because I don't know what you're going to see. But it looks like this. You have the move down, you have the low, you have a move up, a higher low, a higher high, a move down, a move back to this, and then a lower low. And then the move up. So I assume that his argument is we're in something like this. Which, you know what? I'm really not in a position to disqualify anything, right? I made my case. I thought we would get stuck at 70. We broke. So I'm not in a position to disqualify anything now. So maybe it happens. I appreciate the 4. Does help a lot in times of despair. When am I getting in? Is that your question? So listen, my plan specifically relied on getting the low, and if I miss the low, it's fine. I'm going to wait for the next period of consolidation because I'm a very patient man. I could wait forever. Maybe I'll wait till I die. But I can feel, even in my bones, I feel it too. It feels like we're just going to keep going. Doesn't it? It's like every day we check it, we're going up. It's the same thing when we're going down. It feels like it's just going to keep going. It's not. I don't know where the pullback is, but it will come. And when we get that pullback, that's where I start making my decision. What do I want to do? Because I've made all my money in the bull market here. I made $0 on this pump. 0. I made all the money here. And then I gave it all back here. And then I made it all again here. And then I gave it all back here. So whenever we go sideways, that's where I lose all my money. When the market moves, that's where I make my money. And because I missed this move, I'm not about to, for all we know, like, let me tell you this. How do we know that the bull market didn't start and we just sit here? You know? And then we go down for a higher low and then we go up. I would get in here. So I can't tell you I know where I'm going to get in because I don't. I have to wait for everything to reset. That's what I would say. We got Chris for 10 says, why is Bitcoin Cash up 30% and Litecoin can barely make a 10% move when historically does Litecoin usually pump before the halving? The next one is coming July 2027. I appreciate the 10 from Mr. Big Chris. Helps out a lot in times of despair. So here's my honest answer about that. If the bottom is in for Bitcoin, then we can no longer focus on the halving because it doesn't matter anymore. The same thing is true for Litecoin. If Bitcoin's halving does not matter, then Litecoin's halving does not matter. So Bitcoin Cash, in my opinion, is up more than Litecoin Because Bitcoin Cash had a significant drop. So the buyers are now making up for it. If you look at Litecoin, it didn't really have that bad of a drop from this move. I mean, it was still pretty bad, but we went from $60 to 40, which isn't even 50%. Bitcoin Cash actually got detonated from 470 all the way to 180. So now you're seeing a bigger retracement. That would be my answer. So if the bottom is truly in, then we can no longer say, let's look at the halving, because it doesn't matter. You know? And to be fair, Litecoin didn't even really pump last time there was a halving. It was very, very minuscule. Very minuscule. In 2019, it was massive. But was it because of the halving, or was it because the sell-off was so big? How many coins had this exact pattern? We can see this time around, the halving was basically non-existent. Like the rally was tiny. So it's significantly smaller than this one. So you got to look at it from this perspective. If we had a nasty bear market for Litecoin and then a retracement back up, you had the similar bear market here and a smaller retracement back up. This was the smallest bear market in history. So this might not be that big. You know? That's what I would say. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to be right, as we've seen, but that's what I would say. I would say Litecoin didn't have that big of a crash off of this low. Sorry, from this high. So the rally's not that big yet. Bitcoin Cash had a nasty move down, so the retracement is up higher. But that's what I would say. But I do appreciate the 10. I do appreciate the 10. Somebody said there's a divergence on the heat map. I can't say because we didn't make a new high yet. Once we make a new high, you'll know if there's a divergence, but it doesn't look like there's gonna be. By the way that it's moving. I mean, I guess if we did take the high, there would be a divergence, but I don't know if I would say that's enough to be bearish, you know? Because you don't want to be bearish for too long. Some people think I'm already bearish for too long, but in my defense, the same people said the bottom was here and the bottom was here. Like, let's be real. How many people actually called the crash and then turned bullish? Not many people. They're out there, of course, and you have to give them their props. But the same people that say, haha, you missed the bottom, they already bought in up here. So they're in the same spot as me. They're not even in profit. You know? But we don't want to miss the bull run either. So it just, as I hear myself say that, it just opens up the biggest can of worms, because where's the top supposed to be? And this is the biggest can of worms of them all. This bear market was 266 days, and it was only 53% shallow. Where's the next one? Doesn't that mean that the next one is going to be smaller and less shallow? These are the kind of questions I'm asking myself, because every other bull market was after a large bear market. We just had the smallest bear market in history if the 4-year cycle's broken. So why do we have to have a big bull run? It's a genuine question that you have to ask yourself. Because if Bitcoin truly bottomed, everything we know is no longer, which means we can't sit here saying, well, the top is all the way out here. It's a true statement. So that's why, for me, I'm just going to let it do what it's going to do and let the dust settle, because in history, the top has always been in the same spot, around 540 to 520 days from the top. I can't really say that's the same anymore, because the bottoms have moved if the bottom is in. right? 930. This one was 880. This one was much shorter, yes. So this is the base case for most people. This one was much shorter. I mean, it was still 800 days. So we can't even use this anymore because it's broken. Or that, or the momentum is broken and we're about to form the biggest trap that we've ever seen, which it's tough to say, right? It's tough to call that, but you just have to be prepared for whatever. I'm prepared for that. Am I prepared to go to 100K? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because even if we went to 100K, I missed it, but then it's going to retrace and then I'll get in. So it's kind of like you're going out somewhere and you miss your train. Then there's always another train. And whoever says there isn't another train, they probably haven't been here for very long. Because if you missed this, that wasn't a big deal. This was where the money was. Now, this train you can't miss. This for sure you don't want to miss. And that's the biggest thing to talk about for the bull market. That's why it doesn't phase me. I mean, it sucks if it is actually the bottom, but it doesn't phase me because I know this is where all the money is. It happened both times. And we talked about this. Even for the people that have MSTR, the real market cycle was from October to February. Even though MSTR had a big move off of the low, the real run was from October to March. So if I missed MSTR at the low, but I caught it here, I still made a decent amount of money. So our focus will be, if the bottom is in, then where is this? That's the only thing that matters. And if the bottom is in, this is no longer going to be where we thought it would be. It would be much earlier because the bottom is in earlier. But again, the problem is, and the can of worms, as I call it, that opens is if Bitcoin is entering a new paradigm, then the next bear market has to be in the same paradigm, no? So it makes you wonder, how big is this going to even be? It's a big can of worms. If this bear market was only 266% at 54%, what is the next one going to be? It has to be smaller than 54%, and it has to be shallower, or I guess I said them backwards. It has to be smaller. It has to be smaller and shallower. So that's one of the biggest things I ask myself when I say, is the 4-year cycle actually broken? Personally, I'm going to come out and say it. I don't think it is. I'm not saying I'm going to be right, but I think they're going to pull some trap door and we're going to go back down. Do I think that's a popular opinion? No. Would I say someone who says that is crazy? Maybe. But maybe I'm retarded. I know that's not a good word to use, but maybe. Right? Maybe I am. But if we look at everything, the way that they're overbought is, it is bull market-esque. Which is why, in order for it to truly be a bull market, we got to see the move continue. Like BNB, for example. BNB, which, by the way, even in 2023, look at what happened. Oh my God, this guy's an idiot. He missed the low. Oh, wait a second. It came down again. So, I'm not sweating over the bull market. Trust me. I've been here. I don't say this like, oh, I'm an expert. I've been here forever. I've been here for so long, so I'm kind of, I guess I am a little bit retarded, but I have seen it where it's like, oh my God, you missed the bottom. Oh wait, the bottom wasn't in. Here it is. And then I get in here. So it's like, oh my God, I missed the bottom. Yeah, and then it comes back down. It's like, okay, never mind. I'm telling you, especially for Dogecoin. I know a lot of you guys are big on Dogecoin. It's the same thing. It's like, oh my God, I missed the bottom. Oh wait, it just came back for me. In 2018, it was even worse. Oh my God, I missed the bottom. Oh wait, it came back for me. Oh wait, it came back for me again, and then again, and then again. So there's no rush. I know crypto YouTube pushes this, oh, holy shit, if you don't get in, you're going to miss the boat. Please watch all my videos so I boost the ad revenue. I've been here for long enough to know that that's not how it works. If you don't get the exact bottom, there's always another bottom at some point. And somebody, I think someone might have super chatted. No, someone didn't super chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did. BMAL for 2 says Doge pumps came mid-August to September in 2014 and 2018. Yeah, I briefly mentioned that. I don't really talk about Doge anymore. Maybe I should so I can milk the ad revenue. But I don't talk about Doge because there's no money in it, right? The views are gone, the subs are gone. But if it's a bull market, I'm getting back on the wagon, and there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. And that's the bottom line. Stone Cold said so. But yeah, I do remember pointing it out. I just haven't pointed it out recently because I don't really watch Doge anymore. But this was going to be Doge's last chance. I think someone asked me about this. It might have been Vegeta, actually, because he was buying Doge. But yeah, the stock RSI was bullish, and Doge had a protection bounce. This is where the protection bounce is. And I see what you're saying, and I agree with you. There was a big rally in 2018, and then we came back down. There was a big rally in whatever year this is, and then we came back down. So is that where we are? Well, I think Bitcoin falling below 67K will tell you that's where we are. I would also say, because I was also saying Doge was going to go to 5 cents. I'm not going to dance around that. Doge getting over 11 cents would probably invalidate 5 cents. However, it's the same concept. Doge failing to take the high in a timely manner will actually create another lower high, which will most likely result in the final move down. If I'm being honest, I still do think we're going down there. Maybe if Doge pushes higher, Doge won't go down, because Doge does have protection bounces. The bottom was in here, and then we shot up. So if we get one of these, then the bottom is in. But even if the bottom is in, we came back down again. So instead of getting in at 5.2 or 5.6, sorry, 6, you can get in at 6.1. Same thing in 2018. Even if you missed the absolute bottom, we shot up, holy shit, and we came back down again. We shot up, holy shit, and we came back down again. Even without COVID, we came back down again. So if Doge does pump a little higher than this, 5 cents is probably off the table. But I want to show you something. I don't know if you guys remember Ben Cohen's chart from 2020, whatever last year was, but I had it saved. I believe it was total 3 divided by BTC. It's going down right now, like pretty bad. And if you remember the flash crash we had in September and October, that's why. The market crashed all the altcoins, and then we crashed. So if Bitcoin reverses from here, and this continues lower, you're going to see the nasty capitulation on the altcoins. Now, this could also mean the bull market's starting, because that's what happened in 2023. Just because it's going down doesn't mean that we're bearish, right? It fell the whole bull market, but it is falling. It's actually getting close to breaking the low. So Bitcoin breaking down, with this breaking down, you're going to see lower prices on pretty much every altcoin. The question here is Bitcoin going to break down? And as we've mentioned many times, every time it fails to take the high from an overbought stock RSI, that's where the move down is from. Did I think it was going to come up here? No, I didn't think it was going to come up here. Apparently, I'm the only one on YouTube who didn't think it was going to come up here. That's what all the YouTubers say. Everybody called the move. But with that said, I went over a little bit. What's really interesting to me, which is what we've been mentioning too, is Tether's not moving. Every time Bitcoin has pumped in the bear market, Tether went up. It has not moved yet. Now, maybe that changes, but it hasn't moved. And when we're bullish, it does move. You can see in 2023, even as Bitcoin pumped, Tether started to push. So I'm going to be watching Tether because Tether going to the moon would probably confirm that it's a bull market, right? We don't want to ignore bullish signs either. So if Tether shoots up, you probably have a bull market on your hand, which maybe it's about to. I can't tell you. But Tether never capitulated. This is the first time it never did. Every bear market, Tether capitulates down, and that's when Bitcoin capitulates down. This would be the first time it doesn't happen, unless it's like 2018, where we got these little choppy bounces, and then the rug pull came. We're getting these little choppy bounces. If I ever see this, I'll tell you as soon as I see it, but this will tell me we're going down. It hasn't happened yet, so I'm not going to tell you we're going down because it didn't happen. But if it happens, I will let you know because it'll tell me, holy shit, it's about to happen. But we're at that time, honestly, where is the 4-year cycle broken or is it not? That's really what it comes down to. I see people drawing all these trend lines and everything. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm not going to do that. Either the 4-year cycle is broken or it's not. Because we're now on day 320. And if you look at the other market cycles and go to day 320, this one you can see we actually had a rally and then we went down. The problem is we were already in the negative Newpol. So if we keep rallying from here, you're not going to be able to get down to the negative Newpol. You can't really expect us to go like this. So if the 4-year cycle is still intact, we really, really don't want to see the price move higher. And I'm not saying that as if I need the price to go down. I want the price to go down so Bitcoin does what it always does. I know people want the price to go up, and I did too. But I don't want it to go up because if it goes up, then we have no idea where the top is. Zero. Which we'll speculate, of course, because that's all we do. And when the RSI hits the ceiling, it's probably time to get out. But we always had an idea the top is going to be somewhere over here. If the bottom is here, where's the top? There's no law that says it has to be here. It could be anywhere. So I'm like, this is truly a whole regime shift if the 4-year cycle is actually broken. It is. And there's really not that many bearish people left. Not that that means anything, but in order to make a trap, it has to be a trap. We were never bullish until we broke. Like, it was never considered a trap until now. Because as long as we were below 66K, it was never bullish. Like, not saying it wasn't bullish because it went up, but it was never considered bullish as far as the reaction. Like, yeah, like we thought it would go up, but I didn't think it was going to go up this high. I thought we were going to hit 68, 69 and then go down. But now that it's yellow, it is, well, it's only a trap if it's bearish. That's what I'm trying to say. So what I mean is you could have said, yeah, it's bullish, it's obvious, blah, blah, blah. But it was never going to be a bullish trap, is what I meant to say, until this happened. We had to turn yellow. That's what happens in every bear market. You go back to being yellow, and it's the act of us going down again. That's what makes it a bull trap. So we're in the trap right now. Right now, everyone is swimming in it. Oh my God. Some people are drowning. Some people are making a lot of money. Maybe it's not a bull trap and we're going to the moon. But the act of us falling back below 68K closes the trap, and now everyone's stuck. Now, you can see that traditionally in the bull market, you kind of do sit here for a little while too. So if I miss the bottom, then I already missed the move. I'm not going to start getting in now hoping that the move's going to continue. I already missed it. So it's a very, very interesting time for sure. There's no question. The long-term Nuple never hit capitulation. We literally skipped a whole chunk. Now you could say we skipped it up here too, but these were making lower highs and we still came back to the same place. But, you know, at this time, I can't really say much because it looks like the bottom is not going to be where I thought it was. But I still think we're going to come down here. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm a jabroni. But the reality is you just want to make as much money as you can. It's not about tooting your horn and being a genius, because you guys already know I never claimed to be a genius. I'm just here to collect my ad revenue, as you can see. But if we do get one of these and it just goes right back down, it's not going to happen today. Oh, this isn't even yellow, actually. That's interesting. I guess we'll have to watch this. The long-term Nuple isn't actually yellow. But what I was looking for was the short-term holders to turn yellow, and that's what we got. Well, this chart's not yellow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the short-term holders are in heavy profit right now. I guess. Okay, so here's where it gets controversial. If you're looking at the short-term Nuple, you could definitely make the case that we're here. Because you put the low in, then you put a higher low in, and then we went up. Right? That's what this looks like. You put the low in, you put a higher low in, and now we went up. You could also say that something similar happened here, where you put the low in, you made a high, this was a higher low though, so you can't really say that. Then we went up and then we came down again. But where it gets really, really tricky is here, where you put the low in, you put the low in here, sorry, you put the low in, then you made a lower low and you made a higher low in price, then you went up, and that's potentially where we are. Now, this is a significantly higher high, so they're not exactly the same. Oh shit, this is a lower high. Wait. Now I'm getting confused. We put a low in. This was a higher low. Right? You got a low here. Then you made a high. Then you made a lower low and a higher low and a higher high on this. Then we went down. Here we put the low in, put a high, put a lower low. Yeah, so so dude, if it's still a bear market, we kind of have to stop now. Because you did do this in 2018. I understand what I'm trying to say now. So you put the low in, then you put the low in on the short-term Nuple. Then we bounced, then we made a lower low in price, but then we made a higher low on the indicator. Then we made a higher high on the indicator, but a lower high in price, and then we rolled over, and then we capitulated. That same setup was present at the bottom here, where we put the low in, then we made a lower low, a higher low in price, and then we made a new high on the indicator. But we made a higher high in price here. So it's almost like we're either in 2018 or 2023, and the answer is going to be when we break the high. Because if we break the high, then you just formed a bottom, it's 2023. I'm not going to tell you that we have to break the high to turn bullish, or no, that came out wrong. I'm not going to tell you that the crash is coming until we break the high, because if we're against the clock now too. We don't want to just sit here for a month and then say, oh my God, it's bearish. We got to go back down pretty quickly. We have to. Because the 4-year cycle is expiring soon. But the thing is, in 2018, it did go back down quickly. So we really kind of need to see the reversal back down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And I'm not saying it as a perma bear. I'm not going to be a perma bear. I can't wait to be a moon boy. I'm going to make so much money off ad revenue. It's going to be great. I'm going to buy a new car. No, I'm just kidding. I did that in 2024. I'm just waiting for the right time. And we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I have no issue missing the bottom. I already missed the bottom. And as you probably guessed, I already told you before, this whole move happened and I didn't make $1. But when this move came, I had more money than I knew what to do with. And since I didn't know what to do with it, I lost it. When this move came, I didn't make $1. When this move came, I made more money than I knew what to do with, and then I gave it back. And then I made it again, and then I gave it back again. So I know for my personal being, it's supposed to be well-being, but I'm making my own language. I'm probably not going to make any money until we get the move like this. Now, the only way I actually do miss the bull run is if we actually go back to the all-time high like this. If this happens, then yeah, I missed it. But that's how it feels right now. It feels like it's going to go up forever. And just like this felt like it was going to go down forever. And this felt like it was going to go down forever. And that's why the RSI being up here tells me you already missed the move. We invited you to the party. You didn't want to come. Party's over now. The next invitation will be sent out over the next couple of weeks. If this ends up playing out and we hold, then I'm going to the next party. If I go to the party now and it's that movie, Freddy, Five Nights at Freddy's, and I get sent into the shadow realm, then I'm dead. So I would really say if you're not in, you can do whatever you want. But for me, I'm not in. I already missed it. I'm not getting in now. I know YouTube likes to create the FOMO. That shit doesn't faze me anymore. I've been here forever. Especially since most of these coins come back down anyway. So that's the next thing I want to talk about. But I feel like I've been going on a spiel. So let me read the chat. Spiel. I was talking for a little too long there. Sorry about that. Where do we got? We got Giancarlo Riso for 2 says, this about to be the nastiest trap in NBA history. I appreciate the 2. I still believe it. I do. I know some people still believe it. That doesn't mean I'm going to be right. Doge is pumping very hard. I'm not shocked. I just didn't call it out because I stopped looking at Dogecoin. But this was a big-ass move too. And then we went right back down. So if it is a bear market, this kind of has to wrap up over the next couple of weeks. And when I say couple of weeks, I literally mean couple, like 2. Because if we're in September 15th, 18th, 20th, and we're just ripping ass, the bull market's in. But to be fair, we have seen these moves and we have gone back down. Now, this is definitely the most violent, right? 3 days, 27%. I don't know. This one was also 3 days. This one was like 5 days. So my honest answer will be I'm just going to wait for the dust to settle. Because if you mark when the Doge RSI is overbought, I mean, look at how high it is. It is also a mark of the bull market too, but I'm going to wait and see where the RSI settles. That's my honest answer. But I appreciate the two. I'm not going to push the bear market down people's throats because, to be honest, this is the most nervous I've ever been, which is a top signal. Like, we're on the cusp of breaking everything. Think about that. When some of you were in middle school, some of you were probably in diapers, Bitcoin had history. We're about to throw all that out the way, out the window, out the bando. We're going to throw it all out the window. But this is the exact environment. This isn't the price I thought it would be at, but this is the environment that I was talking about, where it's like, oh my God, it's about to go. I'm going to miss it. I'm feeling it. I don't feel that I'm going to miss it because I know I'm not, but I really wanted to get the freaking crash because I wanted to get my stocks. What about my stocks? What about the stock market? We have a lot to talk about today. Today's going to be a long ass live stream, so I got nothing better to do anyway. But I appreciate the two. Vegeta says, yeah, it was me. I'm waiting for that protection bounce on Doge to double my money on my short-term account. Yeah, so I knew somebody's. I'm not saying I called it because I didn't. I don't call shit. I don't even call my mother anymore. I guess I probably should. But we were very open to the move. That's the only reason why I feel comfortable showing my face, because even though I'm looking for a crash, I respected the bullish momentum and I showed it to you. If I just said, no, we're bearish, get fucked, then I would be like, oh my God, I can't stream. But we went over this. I just didn't think it was going to get this high. Well, Doge, yeah, I didn't think Bitcoin was going to get that high. So yeah, the question is, are we in a bull market or are we not? And today we can't say anything because we're max bullish right now. The 5-day stock RSI is probably going to go even higher, but it doesn't stay up here for long. So for me to confidently say I missed it, the bottom is in, the 4-year cycle is broken, I am simply going to wait to see what happens when this comes down. Because in 2024, it came down, but we went up. See how here it came down, but Bitcoin didn't do anything? If we get that, I confidently go all in because holy shit, we're going to the moon. Same thing happened here. You see how the stock RSI got all wonky, but we went up anyway? That's how I'll know, okay, I missed the bottom. It's time to go all in. There's nothing I can do here. I missed the move. But that's what I'm going to be waiting for. Because this will come down. It always does. We got Doge or BMAO again for 2. Says, I meant a Doge pump till September 2. 14 is bearish. I appreciate the 2. Yeah, I mean, if Doge pumps till September at this rate, you can probably think the bottom is in. Because we're moving. This is, I think the reason why we're all stunned is because of how violent the move was. You know? So if Doge is still bullish in September, the bottom is probably in. Because at the rate that it's moving, it's just going to keep going. Because that's what Doge does. Once it tops out, it's over. So if we get one of these, it doesn't really take that long. It doesn't take long at all. So if we're right here, and then by the middle of September, we're back down here, then this is 100% on the table. It literally just happened twice. That's why for us to really be bearish, we don't want to see this continue for much longer. So if we're still going up by September, then I don't think Doge is going to go any lower and the bottom is in. So you're saying we could pump until September? We could, but I think that would invalidate the new low. Maybe I'm wrong about that though. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, I'm not in a position to discredit anything. So maybe it happens. But I do appreciate the 2. We got Electric for 2 says, often disagree, but I like your input. I appreciate the 2. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I definitely get too carried away where something must happen, and that's always been my biggest flaw. But what I learned over the years of being wrong for 50 years is you have to be able to accept when you're wrong so you can ride the wave. That's why if we just keep pumping, I'm not going to sit here saying, oh my God, we're going to 0 every single day. I want to ride the wave too. But I don't want to get on the wave now because the wave already came and the RSI has to reset. So I'm willing to take heat until the RSI resets. Then when this comes, if nothing happens, I'll gladly say, all right, I was wrong. The bottom is in, 4-year cycle's broken, because I want to ride the wave. But for me personally, I don't feel comfortable throwing all my money in because this is going to come. There's no guarantees this is going to come. It's just when this comes, if this is going to happen, that's when it happens. And because I don't know, it's gambling. It's if you wanted to gamble down here, you made the money already. I'm not going to gamble here. I'll feel safer gambling when this pulls back and we're still up here because this pulling back is inevitable. That pulling back would trigger this if it was going to happen. And this is next. The RSI, it feels like it's not going to stop, but it's almost the highest it's been basically since the euphoria in 2023. And this was the same level the bull market started in last time. But even then, it came back down. So I appreciate the 2. I think there's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Of course, a lot of people disagree. It's when the people get toxic that gets annoying. But you're allowed to disagree with me. Of course. Especially when you send in $2. You can disagree. If you send me $2, you could call me fat. I appreciate the 2. Car crashes for 5 says, send you another 5 since I'm up on Jimothy. I appreciate the 5. Yeah, I want to look at a lot of altcoins because I want to see what they're doing. I haven't been up to date with them. I want to look at the stock market too. There's just a lot to look at. Jimothy. Oh, this is the 382 one, right? Yeah, it's coming up. Oh, it's a 618. It's coming up to the 618 right now. It looks like this. Yeah, see, this took forever to play out. But you're at that moment where sellers are going to sell. So I'm not telling you to buy or sell, but if you were going to sell, I'm not saying to sell now, but this would be where it is. Of course, if we're truly in a bull market, this is now the 3rd time you're tagging this. So you have to take the risk if you think it's going to break, because if it does break, 26 is next, and then the next all-time high. So I'm going to tell you the same thing I probably told you last time. It's up to you if you want to sell. I'm not telling you to, but It's got to stay over to 382 to remain bullish. Just like right here, you can see from this high to the low, low to the high, 382 held, bullish. You're going to get the same thing now. So some people will probably sell here. I think a move back to 1 and a hold would probably send it through. So I'm not telling you to sell. See how here you had the same move, but you didn't hold the 382. You bounced off of it once, then you took a shit right to the 786. Same thing is going to happen again if it's bearish. So if you want to sell now, it's up to you. If you don't, also up to you. But just be prepared for a pullback to the 382. A break below this means the top is in. It's going to retrace again. However, if you're just going to hold and it doesn't break down, it has to do something. So if it's truly bullish, like a bull market, you won't fall below 11. And as long as it's above 12, it's technically very bullish. So it's your call if you want to sell or not. But the next stop is 26 once you take this 618 retracement. But I appreciate the 2. It does help a lot. 5 rather, sorry. It does help a lot in times of despair. Wow, my chat is like lagging. Poorhouse says look at March 25, 2022. Nah, we're way past that, man. This is kind of it for the Bears. We're on our last leg here. We have to be able to admit defeat, and we're on our last leg here. So I'm going to wait and see what happens with the RSI when it finally pulls back. Because it will pull back. It's inevitable. But if I wake up tomorrow and we're all the way at 90K, the 4-year cycle is finally broken. Because how would we go, like, nah, there's no way. Right? There's no way. Majority was saying August and September is bearish during a midterm year. All these indicators that haven't broken will. It's only a matter of time. 4-year cycle is not a law. Yeah, at this point, you can't really disagree with that. All of the bear market momentum that says it's a bear market has broken. All of it. The only thing left is the 4-year cycle. So if this is the time the 4-year cycle breaks, then so be it. Then so be it. But that's the bet you have to that's literally the bet that's being asked. You know when they say hitter, you want to hit or stand? The dealer's asking you, are you betting that the 4-year cycle's broken or not? If you're betting it's broken, then you're bullish. If you're betting it's not broken, then you're bearish. Unfortunately, that's not really analysis, but I don't do analysis because I'm not a TA guy. I just sit here and talk. As you can see, I like to waste time. But I ask myself this question because it's just eating at me, kinda. Not really eating at me, but why was the top in October? And if the bottom is truly in, where is the next top? It's a genuine question. Because Bitcoin that we know is no more. The Bitcoin that we know is no more. Sebastian says, I tried telling you you're not looking at the correct charts. You did tell me the bottom was in, man. I can't even be mad at you. You guys have every right to say it. I hate to say it, but this is why you can't ignore the news. You know, Smash Toshi, I can't argue with you today. I can't argue with you today. I'm telling you to look at the structure of March of 2022, go down to the first week of October, then bounce and March in 2022. That's all the way up here. The first week of March. Yeah, but no, I don't know. That would be that's the only option left now. Imagine I start saying this is where we are. No, I'm getting to that point where I'm paying attention to it, because if we go much higher, I don't want to still say we're going to zero. I don't care about predicting it. I just want to get on the right side. That's what it is for me. I could give two shits if people don't like me on YouTube. Because in order for them to not like me, they have to watch my content, which means they're getting an ad for Tide, which means they're giving me money. I want to be on the right side of this. So I can't really push this propaganda, but that's what, yeah, I guess this is literally the only thing that's possible now, huh? Not really looking too likely to go down to 40K. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough, now that I'm looking at it, this doesn't really look very likely. You know, now that I'm looking at it, it doesn't really look very likely. Because this is all the way out in November now. Yeah, I think if we go any higher, this is just not going to happen. Which at this point, I already missed it, so it's okay. We would literally have to see this exact formation. And I don't know how likely that is. Could it really be? Do you really think the 4-year cycle's broken? Could it really be? I don't see how likely it is now. Even if the bottom's in November, we would have to see, the only way it's possible, and this is like grasping for straws, as they say, we would literally have to see this. It's the only way it's possible. We have to see one of those liquidation candles back down to 65K. It's the only way. That's, as much as I hate it, because I wanted us to go lower, I have to swallow the pill. That's the only way it's possible. You would have to get one of these big ass candles. Because there's no way we can consolidate like this and then go down by November. Not all the way down here. There's no way. It doesn't take that long to go down, but we're not going down. We're going up. So it's like, even if we did this, you're still getting a ginormous liquidation candle. But now it's October and we're still at 59K. So I'm starting to accept that it could be we're not going down there. The only way is if we get one of these. But I don't know if I'm willing to bet on that. This must happen. That's really not a winning bet. You're betting on this must happen. She's still pushing. Yeah, I was looking at MSTR too. I hate that I deleted this. But we had this, remember? And it said there should be a pump, but I got rid of it. So obviously I wasn't prepared for it. You know, doesn't that suck? But even this is like, this is starting to break now. If we have to go down in August. It is August. Sorry, we have to go down at the end of August. But this doesn't really, I don't know how that would translate to 40. Yeah, it's not looking likely. There's no way, right? It's not looking likely, man. Don't you worry. I'm getting the pill. The doctor's prescribing the pill. It's coming. I'll swallow it eventually. I'm gonna wait for the RSI to reset before I take my bull market pill. Once this comes back down, I'll see what it does. But it's like the only possible way we can get down there is this. We have to come right back down. I don't know how likely that is. We would have to see this exact formation. It has to be one candle. And I don't really know if I'm comfortable telling you this is guaranteed to happen. But it would have to be the exact same thing. This doesn't even look like it's likely. Unless, which is what I'm not going to do, the bottom is a little further out. Like December or November. So it's definitely a tough one here. Is the 4-year cycle actually broken, man? Even Uncle Ron was wrong. Yeah, a lot of the bears were, all the bears were wrong. I was wrong. I didn't think we were going to go this high. The question is now, is the 4-year cycle actually broken? Is the 4-year cycle actually broken? Bitcoin divided by gold. I'm up 26%. Oh, those are two different people. Bitcoin divided by gold. Yeah, I looked at that a long time ago. This chart's actually not moving as well. But yeah, I mean, listen, if you guys are in, more power to you. I can't really say anything. If you guys caught the bottom and that's actually the bottom, you're not going to hear anything from me other than good call. We did pump before the halving and now maybe we're bottomed early. Yeah, the problem is though, we still made an all-time high, or rather, we still made the top in the same spot that we always did. So even though we made an all-time high before the halving, we still topped in the same spot. If 57 was the bottom, would we not retest that level? No, if 57 was the bottom, we're never going back down there. Because the momentum says it's bullish. So there's no reason to go back down there unless the bottom is not in. We already went down there, which is what people were saying. People were saying this is a bullish divergence. So it doesn't really make sense to go back down a third time unless we're going to break right through it. In my opinion, at least. But she's getting ready, man. Yeah, you don't want to be bearish forever. I'm okay with missing the first leg if everything is really gonna do this. Wow, she's still going. Yeah, I'm okay with missing the first leg. Oh, ETH just made a new high finally. We will see the death of the 4-year cycle, huh? A slow death. A slow death. I was in here a month ago and said DCAing, was told I was wrong to do so. I don't know if I said you were wrong. I just said I don't believe in DCA. I don't think I've ever said someone is wrong. I might have said that I don't DCA because I don't agree with it. But I never said you're wrong. But, you know, I can't really say much. If you're making money, you're winning, so you have every right to toot your horn. 2018 August bottom was 5,700. The high was 8,300. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna shove 40K down your throat because it doesn't really look likely. The only way it's possible is the same type of move back to the downside. We would need to see not a V recovery, but I guess a V recovery in the other direction. A bearish engulfing candle, if you will. But those are very uncommon. Not of this magnitude. You know, I'm not going to come on here telling you the next candle is going to be red. That's the only way it's possible. It's quite literally the only way it's possible. Something would have to happen next week that we just go right back down. Is it impossible? No. Am I going to make that my base case? Of course not. Is there still time to go down to 40K? You're kind of pushing it now. I don't think there's necessarily enough time. We would again, we would have to see the same thing happen. Even this, there's no more time. There's just no time left. You know, how likely is that? I don't know. I don't know if that's likely. You know, even this, you know, is now you're in the middle of November. You would have to, the only way is we would have to literally see a move right back to the low. And I can't really tell you that that's guaranteed because it's not. Because again, I don't want to be bearish the whole way up. We're getting to that point where I could start to say, all right, it's not coming. But I have to wait. I have to wait for this RSI to come down. But it's up there. It's the highest since the bottom in 2023. So the argument is there. It's a valid argument. You're pushing like one of these, kind of. The argument is there. The argument is there. Wow, this RSI is the highest it's ever been almost. I can't go back further than 2021. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah. Is it just my trading view that I can't go back any further than that? Yeah, on the 5-hour time frame, it's the highest it's ever been since 2021. Can't see. It doesn't let me go back far enough. Yeah. Wow. So for me, I'm gonna wait and see what this does before I make my speech. Because once you make your speech, you can't go back, right? If everyone says the top or the bottom is in and then we go down again, it's GG. I'm not actually gonna make a speech, but you get the concept. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. The tether dominance is making a even low, but we're actually gonna break it because Bitcoin's not at that same level. Yeah, are we getting a paradigm shift here? I wouldn't even be mad at the criticism, you know? I'm just more shocked that it actually broke. If it does break. I guess I'm gonna do stocks anyway, huh? Stockman. Stay bearish until we hit 120K. No, once we get the pullback, that's where I will make my decision. ASST is jamming. You were waiting for stocks and Bitcoin to crash, but yeah, it's fair to beat me up. It's fair. It's fair. This daily pump is not sustainable. 50% fib will at least test 70K. Yeah, it's not about getting the pullback though. It's about the bear market being over. That's the thing. Because most people are looking at it as the bear market's over, I'm going to get rich now. If the bear market's over, then we have a whole new paradigm. It's not going to operate the same way. We already saw it last time where we didn't get old season. So I don't necessarily think it's guaranteed that everybody's going to make it out of here. MSTR hasn't pumped yet. Yeah, that's what I've been watching. This is the last cope for the bears. The last cope for the bears is MSTR. It's not perfect by any stretch, but it's been following the prior market cycle. So the last hope for the perma bears is we get the final move down in September. It's the only hope left. So of course, if we're bullish in September, then it's over and we're going to be bullish. But that's the thing too. It's like MSTR is still lower than it was here. So even if I miss the bottom, let's just say the bottom is in and I get in here. Yeah, I didn't get the exact bottom, but there's still a whole bull run. That's the little risk I'm willing to take. You can start your DCA at 70K. No, I'm not even going to DCA. I have to make a plan. If this is really how it's going to go down, then I have to make a plan. Because, like, people think if you miss the bottom, you just miss the whole thing, man. Teutonic, welcome to BTC Whale. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Helps a lot in times of despair. Anyone can try it. The fear and greed chart showed if you draw a trend line on the peaks. Yeah, I remember looking at that a couple months ago. I mean, listen, I'm not ignoring the possibility that it's broken. We're at 72 greed. We made a new, look at how high up we are. Holy shit. Yeah, we're almost back at the top. But yeah, it's true. I remember looking at that. Whenever you connect a trend line to the top and you make a new high or you break the trend line, the bear market has ended. That is true. We just did that. So it's a fair point. A fair point. We're still going up too. It's not even like we stopped yet. Correct, but we can't assume that the low is in. Well, we're definitely getting there. We're definitely getting there for sure. But for me, like I said, at some point, this RSI is going to come back down. So even if it takes going all the way up here, and then it comes back down. If this is the move, then we know it's a bull market. If you got in here and you're making a lot of money, that's fine. That's good. You're really not going to make that much money if you get in here, you know? Because I'll tell you what, if Bitcoin pulls back like this, even if it is a bull market, a lot of the altcoins are going to get decimated anyway. So I don't feel any FOMO at all, zero. I'm just trying to see if this is truly about to break and what the next plan is for me. That's what it is. Did 40K become the new 12K? You know, it's not impossible. It's looking like it could be. I don't think the problem is staying too bearish for too long. It is a problem. The problem would be staying bearish forever, which is not what I'm going to do. Once I hit a point to where it's like, all right, that's it. Like, for me, there has to be no possible way that the bottom can fall out before I throw all my money in. And if that means I'm going to take a little bit of slack on YouTube, or flack rather, it doesn't matter. That's fine. Because like I said, once the bull market comes, dude, we have 230 people in here right now. We had 100 viewers every day for 2 months. Now we have double the viewers. So that means half the people in here don't even know who I am. So could you imagine when we turn actually bullish? I'm gonna have so many videos that you're not even gonna be able to remember what I said. And then you're gonna have people come back and say, remember when you were bearish at 50 or 65K? And I'm gonna say, yeah, I was also bearish at 100K. So I got it wrong. I was right for half the year and I got it wrong. But half the people aren't even gonna know that because we're gonna be talking about $10 Dogecoin. And we're gonna repeat the same process from 2022. So for me to start laying out the plan for the bull run, I'm waiting for the pullback. Does that mean that you have to? Of course not. Does that mean I missed the bottom? It could be. It might be. I do have to change the I think I said it today anyway. Yeah, I already said it today. Once this comes down, if we go like this, then we're still bearish, of course. But if it doesn't do that, I just say it looks like the bear market has ended. And then it goes like this after I say that. We'll see what happens. Doge getting the Tyrone candle. Yeah, we got the Tyrone candle. It's just it's in the wrong direction. But I am trying to look at this with a level-headed view and say, how is it possible that we go back down? And I think it's only possible. The only mathematical way that it is possible is if you got a V reversal. It's the only way. And I really can't tell you that's guaranteed because I'm not going to do that. Like, if we somehow, you see how we went from the high to the low in 4 candles? If we did that again, that's the only way we would go down to these lower prices. Because this is 32 days, and we have 60 days till October. But how likely is that? How likely is that? I don't know if that's likely. This is the relief rally you were talking about for months, the pump and then the dump. Yeah, but it's getting a little high now. I'm not going to let my emotions take control. I'm going to wait and see what the pullback looks like. If this pump happened in July, I would have much more confidence. But I can't really tell you that we're going to have a V crash down to 40K with 60 days to go when the price is still moving higher. That's really not responsible. Even for myself, I don't want to blindly do something and assume it's going to go to 40K. 40K was possible up until 70 to 69. Now it's not as possible. It's probably not even, it doesn't even look like it's possible now. Which means the only way it could happen is this, but you can't really draw this. There's no more time left. We're going to go down to September. Like, obviously you can just make a bunch of scribbles. That doesn't mean they're going to play out. I can't run around telling you this is where we are. What if it's a double top at the low 80s? It doesn't, again, for me, it's about the breaking of the bear market that we know. So even if we double topped at 80K, how likely is it that it's going to get down to wherever it needs to go by October? That's the question here. This doesn't seem likely. It just doesn't. Because if the 4-year cycle will remain intact, we have to go below the realized price. Which, you know, the bulls made the case we don't have to. Now I have to respect, maybe we don't have to. But I'll also respect that the regime has changed and Bitcoin is no longer what it once was. Which, if that's true, then so be it. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Now it's just another asset, just like everything else, that has bull markets and retracements. But I'm not 100% convinced either that we should be talking about these super cycle prices, because each of these big bull runs had a very steep bear market. So if we just had the smallest bear market, the bull markets were already shrinking. I'm not so sure we should be looking for these monstrous prices up here. But at the same time, if this is a new shift, then the bull argument would be it's going to go even higher now. So I'm not really in a position to say anything because they broke my resistance. So now I'm spectating, but I'm not just going to watch it go to 100,000. Even if I did watch it go to 100,000, there's plenty of options to choose from to get money. And I was never going to buy Bitcoin anyway, so it doesn't even... Well, I guess if it went low enough, I would have, but... I meant the daily heat map. There's a divergence. Let's see. Daily heat map. I don't know if that's bearish though. Because momentum making a higher high isn't always bearish. It's also a sign of strength too. This was a lower high in price, but a higher high on the RSI. Oh yeah, this was a higher high. But I mean, we're one pump away from taking the high. Then it's not a bearish divergence anymore. It's just bullish. Four-year cycle is dead. It means Bitcoin goes up forever. Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, listen, I don't have an answer, genuinely. Anyone's idea is up for grabs here, if this is truly how it's gonna go. Any idea is up for grabs. If Bitcoin breaks 128K this year, 500K in 2029 might be the top. My only question would be, why would the top be in 2029? You know? I don't know if we have to follow the top being every 4 years anymore. But somebody before said it feels like May of 2025. Even if that's true, which it could be, you can get a chance to get in here. That's the point. Like the move already occurred. I already missed it. Now, if we really imagine it just goes like this, that would be a holy shit, right? My only concern is the AI bubble can't be allowed to end. This cycle, I'm not looking at any theories and getting caught off guard. Yeah, if this is truly how it's gonna go, then I'm probably gonna switch to stocks anyway. Which is very bizarre to me because in 2023, the Bitcoin stocks did very well when Bitcoin was pumping, and now they're definitely moving. There's no question, but they're really not moving that. They didn't move. They moved much more in 2024 and 2025. They're really not moving right now. That's what's interesting to me. Right? When Bitcoin pumped in January of 2023, MSTR exploded. And maybe it's about to. Make a parallel channel from 2021 top, 2023 bottom. Make a parallel channel from 2021 top to 2023. Is this it? Is this how it ends? 50% bear market. A 50% bear market, man. Wow. That how it is? What did this guy say? Make a parallel channel from 2021 top to the 2023 bottom. Oh, I think he just meant this. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess you're talking about this, maybe. Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a lot of people that that said the bottom was in. Like, I know everyone was saying everyone was bearish. Dude, a lot of YouTubers were saying that the bottom is in. I think more people were probably bearish, but there was a decent amount of people that said the bottom was in. I'm waiting to see before I do anything. Am I going to miss a lot of altcoins? I'm probably going to miss Ethereum, probably going to miss Solana, but I wasn't going to buy those anyway. I'm not worried about missing the bull run. I'm not going to miss the bull run, trust me. The question is, what do I do if it is a bull market? That's the question that's going through my mind. What do I do? And right now, it's easy to feel, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But I guess I've been here so many times that even though it's exciting, oh my God, like the aftermath is always harsher than people think. even if it's not bearish, we might just sit here. After the first leg up is done, we might just sit here. If it's like 2019 and we just accelerate like this, then that would be something a little, what do you call it? Something that's a problem. I guess detrimental would be the word. But you know, like I'm not on here. I see it. I see the bull vision. I'm not here to get in the way of it. I'm not gonna call for 40K all the way up to fucking 10,000 Ethereum. It's not looking too likely now, that's for sure. It's not looking too likely now. But I'm already thinking of the plan in my head. No, I can't wait. I honestly, I do care a little bit for sure. But if we go like this, and it's just a little pullback, and the bottom is in, then I'm okay with that. Because then we know that it's going higher. I just have to wait for that. Maybe I have to wait for it to break 100. It's gonna go straight up like this. But yeah, I gotta give credit to the Moon Boys, man. You guys were right. We had a nasty pump. Gotta give credit where it's due. People that got Ethereum down here, nice call. Let's see what they end up doing. Let's see what they end up doing. My computer's frozen. We're so bullish, my computer's frozen. Grab some MSTR. Well, again, for me personally, I'm not saying you got to listen to me. But for me personally, I'm waiting to see what this is going to look like when it recovers. We got Bobby for 5 says, "What's up with Alhemi Pay? You think we're back in a bull run?" I appreciate the 5. Yeah, I mean, listen, even if it is a bull market, I still can't push these garbage cans, man. Oh, I don't know if this coin's gonna come back. You know, it's a tough call. I think you should get a retracement at the very least, because even in 2025, you had a retracement back to the 618 almost. I guess maybe if you draw it to here. Yeah, you had a triple top at the 618 retracement. So I would say at the very least, you'd get a retracement. But there's no guarantees that this is going to go back up. For sure. I think if this is truly what it is, you should come back up to 76. And then a breakthrough there, you'll rally to 11. And then you can get the party started. But could you come back to 11 and then go back down again? Yes, because this coin is rubbish. But if you're already in, you know, it has been going down for a long, long time. So I'm not going to rule this out. If we're truly entering a bull market right now, you really can't rule this out because of how much it's sold off. It doesn't mean it has to happen, but you can't rule it out. If you believe this is truly where we are. But I appreciate the 5 from Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bobby Jaber. Mr. Bobby Jaber. I'm not calling the bottom is in. I think the bottom is not in, but I long at 66K BTC and I take profit at 82K. Yeah, I don't know if I had the right channel that you're talking about. That take the low, connect it to the high. Yeah, I don't even know how I don't even know how I drew that. I just don't see how would we go down there? That's the question I'm asking in my head now. For me, I'm not worried about missing the bull run. I'm not worried about calling for lower prices at these prices, right? It's YouTube. You're going to be wrong sometimes. I'm asking myself, how is it possible to get down here? I don't think it necessarily is at this point. But I'm thinking in my head, like, dude, did they really change the market cycle for the first time in history? Maybe they did. So does that mean we go back to our Moonboy chart? So then the Moonboy chart was right all along. Now it's like, what is driving this? But then I said to myself, why did we make a new all-time high here? Yeah, so then if anything, I guess if anything, if the 4-year cycle is broken, then we can run on the Moonboy chart. Which means heading into next August, we would be alt season bullish. I'm open to it. I'm going to wait for the dust to settle before I make any decisions. I'm not going to make any bold decisions here. If that means I missed the bottom, I already missed it, if that's the bottom. Anything is possible right now. Nothing is guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't really have much words. I don't really have much words. If this is really how it's gonna go, if this is really how it's gonna go, man. Yeah, Doge is pushing hard now. Wow, look at XRP go too. Bull run is real when Elon Musk says he's putting a crypto payment on the website. Even Cohen seems worried. Dude, that guy's a multi-millionaire. He's not worried. Doesn't he have like 5 kids? I think if you got in and you making a lot of money, then that's really good, you know? It's a good feeling. Wow, look at the RSI on ETH, man. Fartcoin? Do I get in on Fartcoin? Yeah, Fartcoin didn't even move. Are we going in on Fartcoin? Lesson learned, we should have dollar cost averaged. No, I still don't. I'm still not dollar cost averaging Bitcoin. I'm going to tell you why. And I already went over this before, but we already had, or we only had a 50% pullback. So if these bull runs are shrinking, the bear markets are shrinking, but we just saw the bear market shrink to a magnitude that we would have never expected. So is it possible that the bull run is shrinking to a magnitude that we might not be ready for? I don't really feel the need to DCA if we're going to go from 60K to 150K. Now, maybe that's wrong. Maybe we're just going to go to 1 million. But the thing is, we don't know now. Because it could go anywhere. If this is truly the bottom here, it could go anywhere. And the problem with that, this is the other can of worms now. Why does it have to be bullish for 3 years? You know, that's the other question. If this is the bottom, then why do we have to wait 3 years for the next top? So the whole, how everything operates is changed. If you run purely off of momentum, which is what I did last market cycle, then I should have gotten out here because that's where the RSI was the highest. And you can see now that we're starting to climb. So if we're really going to get up there, then we're going to blow through the high and go all the way to 90K. Then we're going to consolidate potentially. And then the bull market's going to blow its load. And it's going to be over already. So is the bear market next year? We don't know. I'm not even trying to say that like sarcastically. The whole history is invalidated. It's over. If that is the bottom. But to say we're going to 40K confidently, I don't know if I could do that. Because it doesn't really look possible. You would have to see, you would literally have to see a bearish engulfing candle. It's the only way. And I don't know if that's the wisest thing to do, is to run around saying bearish engulfing candle. Because right now, the other bear tubers are shaking. Someone said they're shaking in their boots. Yeah, we are shaking in our boots. We are. Somehow they're saying they called a move, which is astounding to me. But I don't know if it would be wise to run around saying, what's the word I just used? Bearish engulfing candle. I don't know if that's smart. Because I don't want to miss the bull run either. So I'm going to let it play out over the next couple of days. We'll see how September comes and goes. If September passes through and we're even higher, I'm okay with that. Because now I know the regime has shifted. And I'll wait for the next time it hits oversold. Because it does, that could be anywhere. I don't know where that's going to be, but it does hit oversold. See how we hit oversold, then we went up to overbought, then we hit oversold, and the price was the same. And we went up again, and we hit oversold, and the price was the same. So I'm a very patient person, and now if the bottom is truly in, we don't know what the market cycle is going to do. I'm just going to wait for it to hit oversold again, and then I'm going to get in. That's how I'm going to do it. If I miss out on the gains, that's fine by me. I didn't even make any money in this bull market until this. So if I have to wait for my time to shine, I'm okay with that. There's no rush. Demon says, so if this is the real bull run, can Doge go to 6, or can Doge go to $1? Are we bringing back $1 Doge? Should I bring them back? $1 Dogecoin, anyone? Should I go back to selling that shit? I guess it's not impossible. We did actually hold. Yeah, so if this is truly the bull market, then I would have to say you're right. It could be. It could be. Non-Ngoyan has returned. He hasn't been here the whole time, and now he's here. Welcome back. Yoga Frog says power law chart says Bitcoin fair value is 400K in 2029. $400K in 2029. Look at the size of that move, man. Doge to 250. Yeah, maybe I'll get back on the... I guess now would be a good time to get back on the Doge wagon. I never left it, actually. I put Doge in every thumbnail. Yeah, maybe I'll just start saying Doge to $1 again. I just finished barber school. If this last top on apathy was 2019 in a nutshell, then this pump is the one right before the COVID dump. Yeah, but I'm not going to push that propaganda. The only way we would get back down there is some type of rug pull. I can't push that. You could tell alt season was about to happen when the majority of retail had given up on alt season. I mean, I don't know if I would call this alt season. How do I even check? How do I even check that? Was it the Bitcoin dominance, right? Yeah, I don't know if I would call it alt season yet. Retail still scoffing about alt season. If Doge goes to $1, I'll make so many. Doge is at 10 cents. It's alt season. Is it really? Almost. Yeah, I gotta give, listen, you gotta give credit to the people who called it if that's really it. Gotta give credit where it's due. I'm back home, once a moon boy, always a moon boy. Everyone's trying to calculate their future money now. This is a red flag. Dude, we're almost at extreme greed. Holy shit. Look at that. I'm not even mad. Like, I'm genuinely not mad at all. You guys got to understand, if this is really how it's about to go down, then we're about to have a bull market, and I'm going to be a moon boy on YouTube, and I'm going to grow my channel. My channel has been losing. Well, actually, recently you guys have been killing it, but in the beginning of the year, my channel was losing so much money each month because of how dead it was. Dude, we're almost at extreme greed, matching the top in 2024 and 2024 again. Damn, dude. We were at extreme fear in February, and now we're almost at extreme greed. That's nuts. In 5 days. In 5 days, this puppy went from fear to extreme greed. Yeah, I'm genuinely not even mad. Like, congratulations. If this is really how it's gonna go, I'm looking forward to my 5 days of crypto euphoria before going back to pain and exhaustion. Hey, you got to give credit to the people who called it, man. It's all you can do. You got to know when to bow down, or not bow down, but bow your head and take it on the chin. So if this is really how it's gonna go, I guess the question is, if this is how it's gonna go, then where do we go? Where are we going from here? Is this just a bull flag before we go like this? 40,000 Ethereum? If you knew the bottom will be in September, why didn't you start buying? Because I didn't think the bottom was going to be in September. I thought the bottom would be in November or October. In my opinion, this move will last another month or two. Well, I don't really have the means to say you're wrong. Because if the bottom is in, then there's no reason to stop for another couple months. Doge is teleporting to 12 cents. Yeah, I might have to start covering Doge again. Get back on the wagon. Isn't the bear market 1 year? Yeah, the top was in October. This just feels like a rug. Something is not right. Well, I will say that you could say that all the way up. Right? It's very easy. If you're not in, I don't think there's anything you can do right now. This is just my opinion, of course. It feels like it's going to go up forever. It doesn't. There will be a big pullback. Now, I don't know where that is, right? You could call for a pullback all the way to the moon. But The pullbacks are pretty nasty, even if it's bullish. I still remember this like it was yesterday. It was like, holy shit. And then we shot straight up from there. But this was gnarly. So I don't know where that's going to be, but it will happen. And if it's a bull market, wherever that is, like, in other words, let me tell you the reality. So people could laugh and say I missed the bottom, and maybe I did, right? And you're allowed to laugh, of course. It's freedom of speech. But they're going to laugh. They're not going to take profit. It's going to pull back. I'm going to get in, and we're going to make the same amount of money. So for me, I can't get in here. I missed it. But I have to accept, and if you're bearish, you have to accept that when this comes, it has to be the nastiest shit that you've ever seen. And if it's anything other than that, it's not a bear market anymore. Because the only reason to be bearish is because of the 4-year cycle. Everything else has turned bullish. And the people that are betting that it's a bull market are betting on history breaking. And I'm not saying they're wrong anymore, because I have taken my pill, my old man pill. Maybe they're right. But I also know that we're going much higher than anticipated. So we could go lower than anticipated too. But you don't want to say that forever. So that's why I'm saying over and over again, when this comes, that will tell us everything we need to know. If this ends up coming, Bitcoin does nothing, you probably have bull market confirmation. If this there's no if on this. This is gonna come. Like, I'm not, you don't need to be a trader to see that. It always happens. It's what happens when this happens. Because the price going like this right back down, which doesn't seem likely at this point, but if it does, now we still have 60 days to go down there. And the only reason why this would happen is because of the 4-year cycle. It's not going to happen in 12 hours, but we would probably float around until next week and then come back down. If we saw that, I think everybody would be in agreement. What the fuck is that? Excuse my French, of course, but even I'm saying, what the frick is that, man? So if we do get this, I think everyone would agree, what the hell did we just see? We just saw the biggest bull trap in history. Because if you think we're going to go up and then go down and then go up again, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm telling you, as someone who's looking for lower prices, this doesn't really make much sense now either. It doesn't. So I believe wherever this is, if it's still a bear market, it must send the price back down here. Well, it technically has to fall below 68K. A move back to 68K and consolidation is not bearish. But I'll admit, I never shy away from admitting, I'm feeling it a little bit. Not FOMO, but like, damn, they really changed it? Again? We're looking for a short squeeze in a couple of months after it drops. Hey, you know what? If we're in a bull market and I got 237 viewers already, you're not going to hear me complaining. I haven't pulled 200 viewers one time. Maybe on this move down. Maybe on this move down, I had 200 viewers. But we just had 2 streams in a row with 250 viewers. If this is the future, then I'm on board with it. I gotta prepare my Doge thumbnails. I gotta go back to grifting school. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. I say we get to 68K next week and then the real move begins. That's why I'm not freaking out at all. Like, if I'm giving you my genuine opinion, or not my opinion, if I tell you what I'm feeling exactly right now, this is what I'm feeling. I wish I would have had a more open mind to higher prices, because then I would have had a better plan. So I was gonna open a couple of trades to go long, but I thought it took too long to go this high. I was never worried about missing the bull market because if I'm being honest, I really wasn't going to buy Bitcoin at the bottom anyway. I was going to buy MSTR, which MSTR, everything is changing. How do we know it's going to go up? If everything Bitcoin has always done was always symmetrical to the past, it's different this time if the bottom is in. What if they don't pump MSTR? So I really can't say. I really don't have much to say right now. I'm kind of in shock, which is typically what happens when the bears are wrong. The bears are in shock. But I'm not in shock that it's bullish. I'm starting to be in shock that they might actually break the 4-year cycle. Because we know in bull markets, it comes back down. Or like we said before, it goes sideways or something. Something happens to give people another chance to get in. I'm not worried about that. Damn, we really said the biggest move was coming. I just didn't think it was going to be I didn't think it was going to be up. GG, man. We're almost hitting the red bar on the 2-day time frame. And love the people saying it will pull back, like we don't know how it works. It always pulls back, but it's about being in the train or not. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like an expert saying it's going to pull back. I'm just telling you that's what I'm doing. Clearly, I'm not an expert. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not getting in now. I already missed the move. Hype's at all-time high. Yeah, but it never fell. How the doo-doo coins doing? Chill guy. They're starting to push. They're starting to push. Oh, Cardano finally went up. Yeah, they're starting to push. There's the sweet rally we were looking for. Finally showed up. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one, man. I don't really like. You could look at it and say, oh, it's bearish, if it is bearish, but I don't see how we would go back down there now. It would literally have to be one of these. But can you really tell everyone this is what's going to happen? But the scary thing is, even if this exact move happened, you're still only at 50,000. It is what it is. There's no denying it. You really can't get down there. It's almost impossible now. All right, I think we went too high. The only explanation, if it's not a bear, if the bottom is not in, is the top or the bottom is further away, which doesn't really help us either. We got Sebastian for 10. Says, cheers, brother. I appreciate the 10, man. It helps out a lot in times of despair. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you guys got in like Mr. Sebastian, I can't say anything but props to you. That's all I can say. You guys took the risk, and now you're paying off. But I appreciate the 10, man. Question is, what next? What is next? Do I think the bottom could be in January? I mean, if I'm being genuine, I think the only reason you would be bearish now is because you believe in the halving cycle. The momentum is bullish. The Moonboy chart that we have technically says we should be bullish, but we were giving the 4-year cycle more power. I don't see why we would be bearish in January, especially if we keep going up. So over the next couple of days, I have to make a plan for what if the bottom is in. Because you don't want to be looking for a crash in the bull market. Normally, the first leg up, let me tell you how it really is. And you probably already know this. The first leg up, some people are too bearish for too long. It is what it is. If that's what I am, I'm okay with that. I mean, and it's not fun, but it is what it is. Most people call the bottom all the way down. So naturally, if you just buy every single bottom, you'll call, or if you call every single bottom, eventually you'll say that the bottom is in and you'll be right. So for me, historically, we usually get a couple of months to accumulate below the realized price. As a moon boy, you could say that's exactly what this is. You just had accumulation. It's as clear as day. Every time the RSI is down here, it's as clear as day accumulation. I get it. I see it. And it looks like we just left accumulation. So if you're a moon boy, I see the argument. It's there. Once we leave, it's bullish forever. And maybe this is what's about to happen. We're going to be bullish for the next 2 years. That's why I'm not going to sit here calling for a crash for the next year and a half. If we're still moving up by November, I have no issue saying I was wrong, time to be bullish. It's that simple. Because I never said, it's not like I told you guys to go short. Even the people that were shorting, I said, and I'm not saying I didn't call shit, man. I'm just saying, even we looked at the bullish momentum, it was there. I just didn't think it was going to start the bull run. I thought it was going to be another trap. But I understand the bullish argument. It's there. This is bull market momentum. We've never seen this before. Right? The reality is every time this has occurred, it was a bull market. So it has to be different this time in order for the bull market to start. The problem is if it's not different this time and it is a 4-year cycle, then you need to get this, essentially, where you get stuck and then you just get the mother of all crashes. The problem with doing that is you'd have to just start making bold predictions out of thin air, which I'm not going to do that because I don't want to miss the. I don't even know if we can use the term bull run anymore because we didn't even have a bear market. We fell by 50%. That's not even a bear market. In 2021, there was a retracement that took half as long and it was the same size. Right? We fell from April to July. Oh, it was only 2 months. It was only 3 months. I mean, dude, this was 3 months and this was October to July. June is what? 10 months? No, 8 months. So I'm not 100% sure we can call it bull run anymore. Because how do you know that it doesn't go like this? That's what's scary to me. That's why I want the 4-year cycle to succeed, because we know Bitcoin has consistency. But calling the bottom here, you can make just as much of an argument as the top is right here. Because there's no historical evidence to look back at if this is the bottom. Zero. So I would have to open up the possibility maybe Bitcoin does actually have an early top. But then the other can of worms is, well, if it's an early bottom and an early top, then why do we have to have diminished returns to the downside? The whole can of worms gets opened up on this. If this is truly how it ends, if this is truly how the bears perish, we're going to perish in the fire. It's a genuine question to ask. I just entered Doge again. Not a bad DCA at 9 cents, but too risky to wait for 5 cents. You're saying you just bought Doge now? Which, like I'm not even gonna beat myself up too bad because we were looking for 5 cents back in November when it was at 18 cents. So it went to 6.6, 6.7. So target was a little too low if the bull market truly started. So you just bought Doge now, you say. Interesting. I see the hype, man. I can't really give you guys an argument for the hype or against the hype rather. I get it. I mean, look at the move. I bought SHIB at 45. Shiba pushing. Oh yeah, Shiba's pushing. Wow, even Shiba's pushing. Shiba new. Dude, what do you guys think? I mean, there's a little bit of people in here. What do you guys think if I just go full grifter this market cycle and then just take all my ad revenue and buy stocks? I think that's the play. Just starts telling you $10 Doge, kind of like last time, but more extreme. Look at Shiba, holy shit. Go full Shiba. Because, like, I already told you guys before, once the bull market comes, everybody forgets everything. Only the trolls remember everything. But there's going to be so many people that it's not even going to matter. It's not going to matter. So, is everything just about to go vertical? We're just going to get a super cycle now? Like, what's the plan here? Because Bitcoin and stocks run together. So, are we just going to get a super cycle across the board? Is that what we're looking at? Stocks will dump as soon as you buy and crypto will go parabolic. Hmm. Man, what a tiny look at the size of this thing, man. That's the bear market. That little shit kind of looks like this. That little shit was the bear market, dude. Really? Third year president? What do you mean, third year president? We will never forget you. No, I mean like when the bull market comes, it's all new people, so it doesn't even matter what you say. Man, is this really how it goes? Is this really how she goes? Super cycle. You call this exact scenario going higher than you thought? No, I didn't call this, man. I didn't think we're getting to the point now where it's a little bit too much. Because I'm not going to sit here saying that we're going to go from 70K down to four. Like, you would have to do this exact move to get down here. And this is November. This is definitely not something that I want to see. It's just not. There's no other way around it. Even the bulls didn't expect this. No, I think the Moon Boys, well, the Moon Boys are always bullish, so they always expect it. I think I could say most people, the reality is on YouTube, most people give you both outcomes anyway. It's the best way to play it. It really is. This way you have no drawback. You say it could go up, it could go down. Just give both scenarios. That's the best way to go. But I didn't want to do that. But now, if this is truly the bull market, well, I'm going to be honest with you. If this is really the bull market and the halving is shot, then I think we can go back to the moon. Oh no, what the hell? Oh, this wasn't it. I think we can go back to the original Moon Boy theory. The original Moon Boy theory said bullish on orange, bearish on white. We stopped being bearish after the last white, and now we're bullish in the orange. That was the original concept, but the 4-year cycle threw a wrench in it because we made 2 highs after the white lines. So if the 4-year cycle is truly dead, it's truly over, then the next peak is probably going to be between September of 2027 and June of 2028. But I'm not going to sit here telling you that I know, because everything I just told you got scrapped. So I'm not going to start calling for whatever. I'm going to let everything settle, and then we'll start building a plan. Because as we can see, there's only 2 options here, which is not something that's like, oh, look at me, I'm giving you 2 options. I'm just trying to state the obvious. The 4-year cycle is broken or it's intact. If it's broken, then momentum will guide us. And historically, this is why I'm not going to be bearish forever. I'm going to catch the bull market. You guys are, the people that think I'm going to miss the bull run, you guys have never seen me before. When we finally get to the max bullish, that's where all the money is. I can't sit here telling you, look, we just got a bearish cross. We just crossed bullish. The last time that happened, the bull market started. The time before that, the bull market started. So I get it. I see it. I understand. When it crossed here, we were bullish. I get it. But where's the most money made? The most money is made when it hits overbought. So I already missed the bottom. When would I start screaming, holy shit, I'm gonna get rich? Probably never now, but probably when the stock RSI crosses the halfway mark. That's when I would start saying, all right, let me go in heavy on whatever I'm gonna do. Because either the 4-year cycle is king or the momentum is king. And if the momentum is king, then once it crosses this dotted line, you must be in. Sometimes you might have to be in a little bit before that. But we just crossed now. So if you bought the bottom and that's the bottom, you know, congratulations, you caught the bottom. For me personally, I didn't make any money in the other 2 market cycles until the run up to the top anyway. So this is nothing new to me. That's why it doesn't bother me if the act of missing the bottom doesn't bother me. It's the idea that we thought it would be lower so we can get more and have confidence. That's what bothers me. But I'll probably get over it once we know, or I guess I'll say I'll know, because some of you guys are convinced already. Maybe you're right. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong, but once I physically see the 4-year cycle is dead, I'll be easily bullish and I can start making my plan. I have a feeling the way that it's looking, I'm not even going to buy Bitcoin. Man, remember somebody asked me about Webull? Yeah, Webull hit that target, not target, hit the resistance. I don't do targets. I'm not even a TA guy. But we hit that 382. I don't remember what I had. I had something drawn. I deleted it though. I think it was this. But yeah, I mean, listen, we're we're at that time. This is me speaking now, not the YouTuber, not the Vision Pulsed. We're at that time where you really just gotta place your bet, but do it smartly. For those of you that got in already, credit to you. If you're not in, if you're buying in now and you weren't already in, maybe you're right and we just keep going. But even if it is a bull market, there are still gnarly pullbacks. And I think it would be safer to not necessarily wait, but monitor, which maybe it's the same thing, waiting and monitoring. But I just know, which you all know, that this is unsustainable. It is. Even here, we consolidated and then it pulled back. So when do I come out and say, all right, I missed the bottom? Probably when we get something like this. Even in 2019, it wasn't as gnarly, but you still had this. So you see how the RSI was holy shit and then it came back down? That's what we need to see. Now, obviously, this is not a bear market, so that's when I can tell myself, okay, the 4-year cycle is broken. But if you're in, you're in. If you're not in, I mean, I'm not in a position to tell you what to do anyway, but I would just say from experience of FOMOing in, it it's not what people make it seem, man. Very few people actually get lucky FOMOing in. Do yourself a favor and throw 10,000 in MSTR for a 3-year hold. At least you'll secure 50K. Yeah, I'm gonna make a plan. Don't worry, man. I'm not gonna miss the bull market. Trust me. Because let me tell you this. Let me give you some bear cope. How do we know? This is a genuine question here for the peeps in the chat. Let's just say the bottom is in, right? How do we know we don't get a pullback? And on that pullback, MSTR takes out the low like it did here. I'm not saying it has to happen. I'm just saying I can't put any money in here. I just can't do it. So once we get this, I will make my decision on what I want to do. Until then, I have to watch everybody go to the moon without me. It is what it is. I already missed the bottom, if that is the bottom. Where, wow, look at that. Nice move. It's nice to see SHIB up 24%. Yeah, it's pushing. It's pushing. You can say that about anything, though? Well, no. I said it about MSTR because MSTR didn't really push that high yet. I understand what you're saying, how you can say that about anything, but I was referring to MSTR because MSTR didn't go up yet. $238 bogeys in the chat is a top signal. I mean, there was 280 the 2 days ago. Now we're even higher. We got Mr. Sid Vicious for 50, man. I appreciate that a lot, man. That does help a lot in times of despair. Well, I guess we might not be in despair if it's bullish, but I appreciate that a lot, man. It does help a lot. It does help a lot, man. I appreciate the 50. I wish you the best. I appreciate that, man. I wish you the best too. It does help. I appreciate that. And listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and this is gonna hurt some people. And it hurts me right now because I made the wrong I potentially made the wrong decision here. So I can tell you from a feeling of hurt. Even if you're in right now, you still might not make it. A lot of people could buy coins that may pump now and then never pump again. So let me use Shiba for an example. Shiba had the biggest push when the bull market started. Holy shit. Kind of like right now. Holy shit. And then 6 months later, it made another low. So just because you're in now and you caught the bottom doesn't mean you're in and you caught the bottom. So just don't let all the FOMO kick in. And even I don't feel FOMO. I just feel like the bear anger, like, damn, man, is that really the bottom? Not because I'm missing the price moving up, because I'm gonna try and make money wherever. Like I already told you, I make my most money when we go straight up. You go straight up and then sideways, and then you go straight up. Same thing in 2019. We went straight up, then we went sideways, then we went straight up. There is always that chance, which everything I say you now have to take with a maybe it doesn't happen, because we're seeing a regime change if that is truly the bottom. So I'm not going to pretend to know. I can't pretend to know. But I appreciate the 50, man. It does help a lot. We still have 3 years. I don't know if that's true though. Like I'm not even asking like rhetorically. I'm genuinely asking. Why does the top have to be in 2029 if the bottom is in June? What if the exact moment is down where we go up, consolidate, and what if that exact moment is down where we go up? What do you mean? Sid Vicious died? Oh, I don't know who that is, Mr. Sid Vicious. Why are you tripping so much about the difference of a couple of months? Because it's a bigger deal than you think it is. Avatar. You might not think so now, but if this really is the bottom, then there's no way of knowing where the top is. Because you could say the top is where the momentum is max euphoria, and I would agree with that. That's why I thought the top was going to be here. But what law says the top has to be over here? In other words, let me put it to you this way. If we take the prior bull markets and we drag them out to where we are, this is saying that the top is in February of 2029, March of 2029. But if you take it from the bear market, from the peak, it's saying that the top is in December of 2028. So how do you know where the top is? You just guess, which is fine. I'm okay with that. Just guessing. But that's what happened last time. We hit overbought. Okay, the top should be here or wherever, but how many people got destroyed after this moment? It's like you have to guess where that is, which we'll be able to do because we did it before. I'm not making any projections now because if we're really going to go up from here, there's no time frame to reference. If we're going to reference the momentum, we're going to have to wait for the run on the RSI, which again, I have no issue waiting another month. If September is also bullish, we're going to cross this. That's another bull run indicator. So we're getting very, very close to just saying, all right, it's up only. Some people already said it. If I'm the last guy to say it, then that's okay with me. It doesn't matter. But this is the shortest bear market in history, and it's the shallowest bear market in history. So I think the big deal here isn't only the time, but the fact that we had a 53% drawdown. What does that mean moving forward? Does that mean moving forward that the next bear market will be 37%? Or is it going to be big again? We don't know. Because all the historical data said it should be a little bit larger, which if that's incorrect, then that's fair, right? I'm wrong. So does the next bear market have to be smaller than 54%? If so, maybe it's 36%. So how high can we go if the bear market is shrinking? Because it's undeniable that the bear markets are shrinking and the bull markets are shrinking. The problem is the bull markets are shrinking drastically. So if the bear market just shrunk that drastically, how bad is this going to shrink? If the top's 150K and we're already at 80K, there's only a 2x left. Unless you really think it's going to 300,000. then, I'm not in a position to say you're wrong. I don't know. But there's really no context to look back on because we've always had the same measurements. The bottom is here, the top is here. If this is the bottom, like I think there was a bear market here. Wasn't there a bottom somewhere in June? Oh no, the top was in June. Like, I guess you would go back to the very first bear market and say, look, this is where we are. We had a 5-month bear market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ours was 8 months. I mean, if you start pushing this propaganda and the top is in June of 2028, initially I want to say that that's not right, but I'm not really in a position to say that because I was just not right. But that's why I don't like that this is happening, because it's breaking what has always occurred, which means it's just guessing, you know? When MSTR is up over 500, are you going to be upset if you bought now at 120? Are you really trying to get me to buy MSTR, man? You're telling me I should have bought in. I know. You were right. You were right. But how do you know that MSTR doesn't become the next Riot or Mara, where it just doesn't move? Bitcoin will probably go to 200K. I mean, listen, I got nothing. I got no words here. September is going to be the biggest month probably of Bitcoin's history. I'm willing to say that September is going to be the biggest month of Bitcoin's history. For people like me, I guess. I guess if you're already in, then this was the biggest month. Because if September is not bearish, there is mathematically no way for us to go down to the bottom by this year. In the back of my head, I'm thinking, what if the bottom is just not in October and it's in November or December? But you could be saying that all the way up to 100K, and I don't want to be saying that. I'm not going to come on here telling you guys this is where we are. I'm not going to do that. This really doesn't seem likely at this stage. So I would probably say that I mean, we're pretty much at the invalidation point. We already took out all the prior highs, or not the prior highs, sorry. We already took out all the bear market resistance. There's none left. If I were going to build a bull case, it's very easy to do so, and I see it, and now I can't even fight it. The only missing thing is this green moving average, which you're not going to hear me start telling you guys, look, we're still bearish. I'm just showing it to you. But it was the same moving average that we bounced off of to be bullish. But the thing is, how on earth do we hit that and then go down? You would have to quite literally see what you saw in 2018, where we spiked up in July, we hit it, and then the next 2 weeks we went right back down. That's the only way. And like I said 3 times already, I can't really tell you guys that this has to happen. I don't know if that's really smart to do. But even this says the bottom's in December. So it would have to be a little bit shorter than this. Is this possible? I mean, now you're picking up straws, or whatever the saying is. We would have to see a bearish engulfing candle, and that's the only way. So I'm gonna start preparing for the bull market. I'm not gonna sit here being bearish all the way up. But we've pretty much broken all of my stuff. I just want to see what happens with this pullback. That's where I'm at. I'm just waiting to see what happens with this pullback. Ethereum could do whatever it wants to do. Yeah, these coins are pushing, man. How do we feel about BMNR? These coins are pushing, man. Bull market, but I'm glad people are still bearish as we need some people to buy the top again. Hell yeah, Brian. Just think about it. Loads of positive changes for crypto. I mean, listen, every YouTuber will tell you the bull market is better. So I am not going to fight it. Believe me. And most of you have been here the whole time. Like, dude, the bull market for me in 2024 was life-changing. I'm not going to let the second opportunity pass again. But waiting 1 month isn't going to change anything. I know you guys, and I get it. I truly understand the FOMO. But 1 month is not going to change anything, considering I already missed this. Because think about it. Let's just say you have 10K, right? Like the guy that just put his 10K in. Someone said they just bought Doge at 9 cents. Maybe it doubles. But if it doesn't double and you just put your 10K in and then it goes back down here, now you have to hope it doesn't go down. If you miss it and it just keeps going, at some point it's going to come back down. And by September, if this is what it looks like, I'm willing to take that risk reward. I am. That doesn't mean that you have to, but I am willing to take that risk reward. Four-hour stream? Oh, wow, it is 4 hours. Well, yeah, we're really going here. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think 40K is that likely here. Cover Dogecoin this week. A lot of people have it or know about it. Yeah, I'll figure something out. Wow, bull run from... So I got a question for the people who are bullish. Where's the top? Where do you guys think the top is, if the bottom is in already? When does Ben Cohen think about this? I don't know. Hop back on the bandwagon. Dude, Don't worry, I'm not gonna miss the bull market. We're gonna do Doge, Moon Boy, everything Moon Boy. And after the first 2 months, everybody will forget about 40K. That's how it goes. 200K. MSTR looks like it won't go back to 80. I would say, again, it sounds like a cop-out answer, but I really would say I have to wait for the RSI to reset. Because this actually says we should get a pump right now. But it also says that the pump should be ending soon. So obviously if it's September and MSTR is up at $200, then it's never going back down there. But I do remember very, very clearly that this was the bottom. I missed the bottom. And then the bottom fell out. So I'm definitely not going to say that I'm confident that we're going to go to $50. That's really not looking possible right now. But I say I'm not sure if we're going to go back to 80 because I don't know where this RSI is going to stop. And as fast as we went up, it was very similar up here where we was just like, holy shit. It felt like it was going to never stop, and then we just went straight down. And I see everyone commenting, talking about the shorts. I'm not even sure how to read this properly. But, or not this, but we just had like, it's still going, man. We just had the biggest short squeeze ever, or liquidation. The long liquidation was at the top. Can we get that again? It would be required. It's actually required. Yeah, this is the long liquidation, I'm pretty sure. So we just had the largest short liquidation in history, and at the top we had the longs. Now I'm seeing a lot of people say everyone's longing. I don't even know how to properly look at this because every time I change the time frame, the leverage is moving. But like there's like nothing on the shorts. There's nothing left. And all this money is long. So a move back to 66K would take 6 billion. But the thing is, if I change the time frame, then all of a sudden it changes. Now it says 18 billion at 62,000. There's nothing on the short side. They're all dead. But on the 180 day, now you're seeing there's some money here. So it's like there's $17 billion at 62,000, and there's 8 billion at 90,000. Is it possible that we get the same crash that we had in October because of all the leverage that's here? I'm not going to say that's my base case. I don't think that's wise. Is it possible? Well, I guess now we definitely know anything is possible because we might be seeing the 4-year cycle break. But the 4-year cycle remaining intact, we would have to see, what did I say it was called? A bearish engulfing candle. You have the leverage to do so. There's 15 billion just at 63,000, which is 20%. And what was the top? What was the liquidation at the top? I can't even tell. Oh, it's 15 billion. So you do have this almost the same amount of leverage. But I'm not going to run around telling you that's about to happen because that's very bold and very dangerous to run around just claiming that's what's going to happen. But it would be required to happen in order for this to be a bull trap. It's definitely high. So I say again, I have to wait for this. Maybe I have to wait another month, but I'm okay with it because I already missed the bottom anyway. And even like this, right? This is what I'm trying to say too. It's like, holy shit, you missed the bottom. How do we know that the back test isn't just like 2023 where it comes back, right? It would be the same thing as buying now with less risk because the RSI will be reset and it will be October, so we know the 4-year cycle's dead, and now I go all in. And by then, we didn't even get to talk about the stock market yet. I would imagine whatever this is will be concluded. Are we doing something like this? I mean, we already went over the stock market over the summer. I can't really say this has to happen because everything is changing now. So in times of uncertainty, which is for me, because I was bearish, right? Obviously, if you're a moon boy, this isn't uncertainty to you. I can't really tell you anything or buy anything because of how overbought it is. I had family members call me today about the rally. Did you really? A rally like this don't happen 1 to 2 months before the bear market ends. Yeah, it's a fair assessment. It is a fair assessment. Look at October to November of 2019. That's what Ben Cohen says we're playing out. Yeah, but the problem with 2019 comparisons is 2019 wasn't a bear market year. I'm not going to start looking for reasons to be bearish. Right? I'm not. Oh no, what is it? This? I mean, again, I'm not going to say anything's impossible, but even this, it only puts you down to 52,000. But it would be mandatory. You know, how likely is that? That's the question that I have to ask myself. How likely is that? I don't know. I don't know if that's likely. Bollinger Band shows top is 82K, maybe. Yeah, we're printing a red bar on here too. So I'm not gonna do anything here. We did that at the, I'm not saying that this is what it is, but we did it at the top where we started printing the red bars and then we rolled over. The red bar means that the move is going to start slowing down. Doesn't mean that it's the bottom or the top, but it's going to start to slow down. So I'm going to let this do whatever it's going to do. And then over the next couple of weeks, we'll get the answer. As I know a lot of people are confidently saying that was the bottom. And again, I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's different this time. Maybe it is. I don't want to be caught on the wrong side. I already was, but I don't want to miss any more of it. But when this cools off, we'll see what the market does. Right? We had the same red bars at the bottom. It just felt like it was going to go to 0 and then it bounced. And the thing is, oh, I have 2 of them. The thing is, we're so overbought. Where even though this was oversold, there was a big rally. So could there be a big pullback? I think so. Even if the bottom is in, I still think it could be a big pullback. And if this ends up playing out, we would backtest the short-term realized price. Turning bullish at 70K after the low was at 58K, it's not terrible. You know, it's not the worst possible thing. The same thing happened back here, where it's like we said, okay, the crash is done, we're bullish now. Instead of saying it at 62, I said it at 65. So if we're in here and we go like this, and I say, all right, it's now September, we're testing this and it's not breaking, I missed the bottom, but it's not that far, especially if we know this is next. Right now, I think it's speculation that we're just going to keep going. But a pullback, I think everybody would say, yeah, that's it. Which it could be. Does it have to happen? No. It did happen in 2023. I don't think it happened in 2019. But that's the risk you have to take now if you didn't get the bottom. Right? The people that took the risk at the bottom get the reward. If you didn't get the bottom, at some point you have to take the risk. But I'm not taking the risk here. And it's unfortunate because I don't even know what I'm supposed to tell you now. Because everything I could tell you, I already told you. Even if I were going to be bullish, I told you that already. I would have told you the 5-day stock RSI is bullish. We're max bullish. I already told you that. I just didn't think it was going to go that high. But I would have said, "Oh, look, we're about to go up. We're max bullish." I just had the bearish undertone. So I'd have to just tell you the same thing I was going to tell you anyway. We have to go up here, and we are. And we got to take this high. We must take this high. I'm not saying we must take the high or we're going to make a new low, but I'm saying we must take this high before we curl down, or there will be a big pullback / crash. Because if we want to play this card, you did have something, oh, I can't even show you. In 2014, you did something similar where we even took the high and we still rolled over. So the time to be bullish on a run is this. We're max bullish, especially on the 6-day too. You got it. You got it on the weekly. So like, I'm not shocked we're going up, but I'm shocked we're going up this violently. Because I was laughing the other day, remember? I was like, if we don't go up now, then when are we supposed to go up? I think those were the verbatim words I used. And it turns out we did go up. So it's not like it's like, why are we going up? I get it. I just didn't think it was going to go this high. So then it's like, well, is that just the market tricking me or is it actually bullish? And luckily I won't have to know because it feels like it's going to go up forever and I get it. But even here we pulled back. So even if this is what it is, we're still going to get a pullback. And if this is all it is, clearly the bottom is in and I can get in risk-free saying, okay, the bottom is in, GG's to the moon. I turn bullish by the new year, everybody forgets about 40K, and I start telling you Doge is $10 and I get rich off ad revenue. Same thing here. I'm not going to tell you this is where we are. I think that's dangerous. Dangerous game. But it is max bullish right now. Now, the elephant in the room here is now the monthly stock RSI is about to push. So the monthly stock RSI breaking through this will really kick the bullishness into full gear. And it's not that far away. So think about it. If you think you missed the bull run just because we pumped, then you didn't miss shit, dude. If anything, we kind of feel it because the prices would have been much lower. But as far as missing the bull run, it didn't even start yet. Even if this is the first candle. And like I said before, the reality is a lot of people are buying in right now. We don't even know if these coins bottomed. We don't. Bitcoin bottomed. That's a fair argument. We don't know if Doge bottomed. So it's definitely not pleasant for me, but I've been through worse. It feels weird because this was the fastest year of my life and it feels like the bear market just started, even though it's only 320 days. I just can't wrap my head around that. A 300, well, no, it's not 320 days. It's 267 days. $267-day bear market. Maybe it's Cope. Cope Harder, bear boy. Maybe it is Cope. 267-day bear market. It's not going to go down. The markets are manipulated now. No, I think people would just say manipulation when they don't want to admit that they're wrong. I don't think I've ever said manipulation once. I mean, I've obviously said the word, but I've never claimed manipulation. People just say manipulation when they're wrong. Like I wouldn't say, like if the bull market has started, I'm not going to say manipulation. I'm just going to say I was wrong and the 4-year cycle's broken. It's it. There's no such thing as manipulation. Manipulation is where, yeah, there's manipulation where you go long and then the price wicks to your thing, and then it goes the other direction. That's manipulation. But a big pump or a big move down isn't manipulation. It's just you're on the wrong side of it. It is what it is. I was on the wrong side of this. I don't think it's manipulation. I just got it wrong. I thought we would hit 70K. We blew right through it. Good try. It's the 7-year cycle now, brother. I'm okay. I'm gonna see what happens here. Which it is kind of exciting at the same time though, because now which it sucks, but it's also exciting because if the 4-year cycle's dead, then doesn't that also kind of open up the door to a nasty bear market at some point? Because Bitcoin only went down 50%. Yeah, it's all tough. I gotta wait and see what happens when we pull back. I gotta wait and see what happens when we pull back. 2016 and 2019, it's time to sell. Yeah, but stocks went to the moon. So you're saying next year is going to be bearish? Market is 100% manipulated. No, yeah, the stop losses and stuff I agree with 100%. But I'm saying like whenever there's a big move, people just say manipulation because they weren't ready for it. COVID crash 2.0 only if there's a war. Well, let's look at it this way. Let's look at it this way, right? There's no more time left. So if the I'm getting tired of saying 4-year cycle. It's getting annoying now. We got to come up with another word for it. It's too many syllables. There really isn't that much time left. Like, how on earth? Now we're looking for a 50% drawdown in 56 days. Maybe the bottom is pushed out a little bit. Let's just say that it is for the sake of the video. Can we get down there in 70 days? You know, I don't know if that's very likely. The only way it's possible is to get every single week has to be red from here. 8 weeks in a row of red. I'm not going to tell you it's impossible because we just saw a big ass pump and that was impossible. But I can't tell you to look for it either. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to look for. All right? We're in if we're really in a bull market, then we're all back on the same team now. And now we're going to try and gamble on Dex Screener and do all that shit. No, I'm not actually doing that. But I didn't even get to look at Dex Screener. Oh, wait, that guy sent me super chats. Look at that shit. Didn't I tell that guy? Yeah. This is that guy's moment, man. If this shit breaks down, he's got to stay above 11. So, I didn't even get to look at these Dex Screener coins. Are they pumping? Wow, 4chan's up 44%. Holy shit. I actually forgot about these coins. Are we getting in the Bulkin Dwarf? I don't even have money. I don't even have any money. Wow. Yo, what if these coins come back, man? Holy shit. Manu, are we back? Yeah, I guess I could see where the FOMO comes from, where you have to catch the bottom, because if you miss the bottom, you're gonna miss the 200x. I get it. All right, look at this coin. $5,000 would be 500K if it goes back up. I haven't even checked these coins. What was I gonna look at? I was gonna look at something before I got sidetracked. What is this? What is this stuff? Do we figure out what Robinhood is? I was gonna look at something and then I got sidetracked. What was I gonna say? Oh, this is the plan here, all right? Listen to me. No, you don't have to listen to me. But this is what I'm looking at now. We're very close to me finally marking the top, saying that the bottom is in, right? We're very close to that. Very, very close to that. I'm still holding out that the 4-year cycle will hold. Does that mean that you have to? No. We're going to wait, or I got to start saying we. I am going to wait and see what the market has in store over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. By definition, there's no law, like that guy said, there's no law that says the bottom has to be October 6th. It could be October 20th. It could be November 10th. It could be anything. It could be in already. But if it's in already, then the 4-year cycle is broken and the halving doesn't matter. If the bottom is not in and the 4-year cycle prevails, then the bottom could be in October, late or November. I don't know. I'm going to tell you the confidence isn't there anymore. I'll tell you that. But I can't tell you I know where it is. Is it possible that we go from A to B like this in 70 days? Well, how big of a drop is that? We have to drop 48% in 76 days. When you say it like that, it doesn't really seem impossible. We've seen it before, if not right here. Oh, this is 36%. This was 36% in 49 days. So we're going to be easily able to say it's not happening when this comes back down. Because in 2026 or in 2025, it came right back down. Right down. So if we see that like this, we're back in play. Because now we only got to go down 37% in 60 days. That is the only way it's possible, but I'm not going to tell you that it has to happen. So why do I keep saying that? Well, the 4-year cycle being invalidated would be pretty simple. We just keep going. That's obviously number one. 2 would be we pull back in August, even in September. Like, and that's the thing too, man. It feels like it's never going to stop, but it could just sit here. That also invalidates the 4-year cycle. So I have to say that by the end of September, or maybe it's not the end of September, if it's the end of September and we're down here, then you could still look for this. if it's the end of September and we're up here, we don't have to wait till the end of September. If we're up here in August or whatever it is, then it's probably safe to say it's not bearish. Because then we'll pull back, oh my God, it's bearish, and then we'll go higher. So what we're going to be doing is watching for this to reset. Now, I checked before. The 5-hour RSI is the highest it's been since 2021. I'm just going to show it to you right now. You see how it's checked? We can go all the way back. It never... Look, the RSI is not even showing up on here. That's how high it is. We are so overbought. It's disgusting. And the same thing happened here where we were so oversold and it was disgusting. Now, we did have bearish divergences. So I'm not calling the top, because if you would have called the bottom here, you missed. There was another leg down after that. And then we got the bounce. So maybe we're going to get another push up. But the point is, this is not, it's not going to go like this. It's impossible. It never, ever happened, even if it's a bull market. When we get this, wherever that is, will tell us everything we need to know. I know that's obvious. I'm not saying it like it's some magical analysis. I don't do analysis. I'm not a TA guy. But it's the truth. Because if we do go back to the bull market top, we did have, oh my God, it's going to the moon, only for it to roll over again. And we already discussed that there's like, I'm not going to say I am reading this properly because I might not be. But there is, on the 30-day time frame, there's no shorts. On the 90-day time frame, there's no shorts. But on the longs, there's $16 billion at 62,000. So just going back to 62,000 would replicate the exact move we had at the top. Now, saying that it's going to happen the same way is a little bit perma-bear, if I'm being honest. You're being a perma-bear. But it would be mandatory for the 4-year cycle to continue. So I think we look for something like this over the next couple of days. This happening doesn't guarantee that it's going to be bearish, but it opens up the door. Because right now the door is shut. It's fucked. We're going to the moon. But we'll look for this over the next couple of days. Now, if it's the end of August and we're right here, that is where the 4-year cycle will either get canceled or it's back. If the 4-year cycle's busted, we're going to go higher. And this isn't me trying to give you supreme analysis. It's as obvious. Could go up, could go down. I'm not even giving you analysis. I'm just telling you what I'm going to be watching. Because even if we did this, the RSI will come down. And then the larger time frames will come down. And if it's still a bear market 4-year cycle, then this would have to be the outcome. And seeing that would pretty much renew everything we talked about already. And we could go down and everything we talked about would be back on the table if this happens. So you have the liquidation, it's there. 16 billion, just like at the top. Even just going back to 67K. Look at this. 67K is the price that we were watching for the short-term realized price. $10 billion of longs. So just that move that we're looking for, even if it's a bull market, just coming back to the realized price, you would liquidate $10 billion. So if that holds, and it's April, or sorry, September, October, we could confidently say the bottom is in. There's a lot of invalidations for the bear market, and some of them, most of them already got hit. So we're at that moment where if it's still a bear market, we got to see something bearish. You have the environment for it. You have the liquidations. You have the RSI for the pullback, just like you did at the top. You don't have the momentum yet. We don't have any sell signals yet, which is nuts. The fact that we're up here and we still don't have a red, like we're not even in the red territory, that's nuts to me. I guess we didn't have it at the top either. We do have a 4-hour red dot. We have a couple of them. I'm not going to tell you that's bearish. There's not enough. We don't have an 8-hour red dot. We don't have a 12-hour red dot, but you can see that we're up here. So this, any type of pullback will trigger the red dot. And that's when we'll say it's bearish or it's not bearish anymore. Like not bearish in the short term, but like it's a bull market. So today was nuts. Yesterday was, no, not yesterday. Was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago was the most nuts, the biggest push. Yeah, Bitcoin it's almost up there, but it's not quite there. ETH is there. So ETH, fun fact, ETH actually hasn't had a single red dot all bear market. Not on the daily time frame. The last red dot marked the top. So sideways and a pullback will give it a red dot. That doesn't mean it's going to go to $1,000, but that would be where we'll get the definitive answer. Are we still in a bear market or is it over? Is the bull market starting? Because you got a red dot here and nothing happened. So not really much help, unfortunately, but it won't be that way forever. Because if the bull market truly started, then I expect this to be the outcome. Where we'll go wherever we're going to go. I'm not going to start giving you predictions. Then this comes back down. Whenever this is, that's when I start giving you guys the bullish content. We can see we're getting very, very, very close. Very close. So very close. And that's kind of the rundown. That's the rundown here. Whenever this shit resets, short-term hold to realized price is now 68K. So bear market continuing, we would need to see the move back below. We would have to see the move back below 68K. I mean, I guess when you look at it from that perspective, is it still possible? I mean, we definitely have the room for it. I mean, this is obnoxious. I don't know. Now, I guess if we have to get this exact move though. You literally need the exact move. Because if we got this, now it's September and we're back at the low. Then in October, we get the move to the low. Yeah, I guess that's what that guy was talking about with the Wyckoff schematic. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you it has to happen, but I'm not going to tell you to ignore it either. This is it, dude. People are asking when is it going to be a bull market? I think we're at that moment literally right now. In order for the 4-year cycle to live on, you need to do a U-turn back to the realized price. You need to go below the realized short-term realized price. Basically like this. You see how we did a U-turn? We stayed up here for a week and then we took a shit. But we stay up here for a week and then take a shit. I'm not going to tell you it's impossible because we just saw an impossible pump. Right? That would be required. Yeah, I guess when you draw it like this, it's not impossible. But this is like bear maxing. we're we're bear maxing. I would say keep an open mind to it. Like how I should have kept an open mind to going higher and I didn't. I'm open to it. I'm open to this being the low. But I won't definitively say it until I see what happens here. Because just as fast as we went up, we could come right back down. And every single day that we're up here, this is going to start to push higher. So by September, it might even be 68, 69,000. And we already went over that at 69,000, there's $7 billion. So it only took 3 days to go up, and this took 4 days to go down. So I'm not a trader, but I'm pretty sure the traders would say whenever you move through an area quickly, it moves just as fast in the other direction. I've heard of that before. So I guess that level would be this 74,000. Just because we fall below 74,000 doesn't mean it's bearish. But 74,000 is where you enter the danger zone. Because we moved down fast, we moved up fast. So losing 74,000 will send you down fast. Losing 68,000 sends you down to the bottom. Biggest if of my life, if it happens before sometime in like early, late September. So let me give you a rundown of this because I'm going to say this in the YouTube video I'm going to make. Is the bear market over? I still think there's a good chance the bottom is not in. Am I open to the 4-year cycle being broken? Now more than ever. Is that a top signal? I sure as hell hope so. Is there enough evidence to be made that the bull market has started? From a momentum perspective, yes. Have we broken every single resistance to confirm a bull market? No. The short-term holder realized price is approaching. It's gonna start moving up pretty quickly, and it's probably gonna be around 69,000 by the first week of September. The 200-day moving average, which is basically worthless now, is basically in the same spot. 69,000. Yeah, it is in the same spot. So the bear market is on for certainty if Bitcoin falls below 69,000 by sometime in September, early September. So you have to ask yourself that question. Is it likely Bitcoin falls by 10% in 2 weeks? That's the question. Can Bitcoin fall 14% in 2 weeks? Now, I'll say the chances of us going all the way to 40,000 are kind of slim at this point. We would literally need to see the exact same move as October. Why is my computer glitching? We would need to see the exact same move as October. You would have to see the biggest bull trap in history. It's not even an exaggeration. You'd have to see the biggest bull trap in history. So I'm not going to run around saying 40K. But that's what it's now simplified to. Can we break, and the 382 retracement is there as well. Yes, so that 70K area is going to be the biggest support of everybody's lives. Obviously, if we never get down there, then it's the bull market. There's multiple invalidations for the bear market. If we never come down here and it just keeps going, bear market's done. You guys were all right. I was wrong. We just sit here for another month. This is not likely. I mean, I don't know. Now we're opening up the can of worms. What if the bottom's not in October, though? What if it's in November? What if the bottom's not in October? Yeah, but this is only 47K, man. I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole. We'll stick with that. We'll see where this pullback takes us. If you see a V reversal like this, ba-bam, then we're back in 40K territory. But this has to happen by like the first week of September. No ifs, ands, or buts. No excuses. And I want to make this for the invalidation too, because I want to get in. I don't want to watch it go to the moon without me. But this will be the invalidation point. If we go like this, and it bounces, Fourier cycle's dead. On we go. What did I just do? I think that's where we're at. 69K has to break. Can we go down 20%? No, it's only 10%. Can we go down 10% in 2 weeks? Because if we can get here, I guess it'd be here now. If we can get to here, if we can get to here with 30 to 40 days to go, then this is still on the table. This is only 50K. Oh yeah, but this is October 10th. And we would get another push. The bottom is later. Yeah, if the bottom is late October, then this is on the table. All right, so here's our roadmap now. If you're bullish, and I have to respect it because I have no argument against it. I am giving it until the first week of September. The price of Bitcoin going even higher or sideways by the first week of September will pretty much invalidate the 4-year cycle. We need to see it come back down. Because the price coming back down is going to trigger the same thing that sent the price up, which is that 5-day stock RSI. And every time Bitcoin went from oversold to overbought and did not take the prior high, it actually went down to another low. So this is it. The very thing that sent us up can send us down. But in order for it to be bear market bearish, it's got to be bearish. And it's not actually bearish until it falls below 69,000. So 69,000 is the new 67,000. And it's going to climb. Well, I think it already is climbing. I think 69,000 was the climb. Because we don't want to be bearish forever either. Right? Stock RSI hit overbought here and it wasn't bearish. But we took the high from the last time it was overbought. So we're at the invalidation point. We're right there. We're at 78K for crying out loud. ETH just went to 2,500. Solana. Wait, I thought Solana broke the high. It didn't? Yeah, so you could probably even now you could technically buy Solana now, and it's the same thing as buying right here. Yeah, there was a lot of Doge people in the chat today. There was a lot of Doge peeps in the chat today. There's no U-turn. We got Chris for 5. Chris for 5 says, check out Moderna. What a move. Yeah, I saw it on an app, but I didn't actually click on it. Moderna. Yeah, didn't you talk about this a little while ago? Why is this already drawn here? Yeah, weren't you talking about that virus a couple months ago? I don't even remember what it was called. It was on the cruise ship. What was the name of it? Remember? There was a virus going around. And people were like, oh, it's the new COVID. Yeah, I guess you were right, man. I don't remember what it was. But I appreciate the 5, man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Moderna. Maybe the bull market's going. Imagine we're in someone said we're in 2019. Imagine that's what's happening because Moderna's pumping now. Same thing. Moderna. Yeah, are you in on this or no? Moderna. Looks like Bitcoin. There are sellers at the 618 retracement. This is it for Moderna. Like if it was gonna go any higher, if it's gonna go to an all-time high, this is probably the price that would break 153. So I would say over the coming weeks, 109 bullish, 80 bullish. Anything lower than 80, and that was the top. But it just was bearish for the longest time. So 109 is probably next. That'll probably hold, assuming we're in a bull market. But I would probably say the top is in after 109 because this is a big pump. So to give it all back like that is pretty bearish. You should check the super trend. We hit it on the weekly. Yeah, I think we broke it. Actually, no. The super trend, a lot of bull market super trends did break. Oh, we got stuck. Oh, we broke it. We broke it on the other time frames. 6 day. On the 5 day. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna start looking for reasons to be bearish. I think what we said earlier is gonna be the simple move here. Because in 2019 you hit it too, and then we went up. But the same rule applies. We could just sit here. Just sitting here means we're bullish. We got to go back down. We cannot just sit here like this. Here you hit it. Oh yeah, here you hit it again and you got rejected. Imagine we're right here and it just goes straight down. That would be nice, right? Yeah, you hit it here too. I mean, I see the vision, the bear vision, but we have to look at it from an objective point of view. If the bottom is in October, that's 63 days. That's a big ass candle though. I don't know how. Yeah, you did have something like this, but there wasn't that much time left. These are big candles too. Yeah, we really I want to be bearish. I am still holding out hope that the bottom's not in. We would have to see this. It's the only way. We need a big red candle. If we go back down to the low by 2 weeks, that's possible. Because the 200 or the green moving average is there too. The same moving average that triggered the bear market. I turned bearish right here. You know what? I think that's fair. I didn't turn bearish at the top. I sold my coins in November of 2025. I'll have no issue turning bullish with a break over the high. And that's when I'll get in. Well, I'm not going to get in right away, but hey, I'm not here to time the top and the bottom. But that's good enough for me. Nobody even remembers what happened back here. We just remember, holy shit, now everybody's bullish again. So we're not going to remember what happened back here. But we're at that moment where the bear market is on its last leg here. It really is. You can make a bull case. I see it. I respect it. I am respecting it. If the bear market is going to resume, this has to be the top. It quite literally has to be. I think our prices, like when I said the top has to be 70K, I think that was invalidated for the $40,000 Bitcoin. We might not be going down there. I don't know if that's likely. 40,000 from 78K. I think that's too much. That's just too much, man. Are we toxic yet? Nah, the chat was actually really good today. There was 200, how many people? Everybody left now. We peaked at 260 viewers. 260 viewers we had. Wow. That was the most, well, this week we had the most viewers. So it comes down to, are you on the 4-year cycle wagon or are you on the super? I don't know if I could call it a super cycle. Is it a new cycle or the same one? Yeah, look, you did hit it here too. And then we went down. We hit the moving average here, then we went down. Yeah, we're at that moment. We are. We are at that moment. The momentum is max bullish too. I imagine by Sunday, this is gonna be up on the top. Yeah, this is it, man. Weekly stock RSI hit overbought. We blew right through it. Here it is again. Decided to sub up and turn the notification bell. I appreciate that. You're new to the stream? Whoa, my subs are going up. Dude, my subs have been going down for the last... My subs have been dropping literally since December of 2025. My subs have been dropping. Man, I'm not gonna tell you guys to do anything because we're in uncharted water for me. But I think if you're not in, it's just too risky to buy in here. Because, I mean, what's another 5% candle? You know? I actually think right now, if you're not in, is like the worst time to get in right now. Because even if it's a bull market, we still sat here. We hit this moving average and we sat here for a month. And then you had a nasty crash. In 2019, we still sat here for 3 weeks. So you're taking the risk that it rolls over and you can just, I'm not telling you to do this, but You can literally just wait. Just wait for it to break. You're risking 2%. 4%, sorry. Oh wow, total market cap's in the same spot too. Dude, this this poll has 591 votes on it. You guys see that? 591 votes we got. Is that the most? I mean, I imagine probably in 2024 we had more. It's definitely the most we've had all bear market. That's for sure. Can you check my screenshot? I don't know how I'm supposed to check it. What is it? What is your screenshot? The thing you told me about? Holy shit. Didn't you guys just tell me 4-hour live stream and now it's 5 hours? Teutonic Twitter? Oh, I don't have Twitter, man. Let me try. I'll try. Oh, I can actually pull it up. No, I can't. That sucks. I mean, I could try. When I try and click on it, it doesn't let me zoom in. So you're saying is the bottom in? That's your tweet. Is the bottom in? Yeah, I've seen this falling wedge before. Going to 69 to 72 before going down to 50. So you think the bottom is in? Is your point? I don't know. Look at my comment. I think Solana has a higher chance of going to 83 than 100. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good answer. I don't know. Wow, 5-hour live stream, man. I haven't had one of those in, I don't even know. A 5-hour live stream. I don't even know. I don't even think. I think it's the first time. But I guess that'll do it. That'll do it for today, man. It was a dude, you guys freaking well, it's because we were bullish, but we had 250 viewers today. So that just goes to show you that when we're bullish, nobody gives a shit. They just click on whatever they see. But I think what we discussed will be the plan for now. So it's very, very possible that I wasted all of that time over the last 2 months. And we'll know with certainty, without a doubt, that the bottom is in once we get the pullback. And obviously, if there is no pullback, that's also evidence that the bottom is in. So we shall return tomorrow. I appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate the super chats, the support. As always, stay safe. None of this is financial advice. And I will see you soon. Take care.